Hey, what's up, Zabby? Uh, what's up, Monster? Oh man, I can't believe I just missed that. That happened so fast. Look at my setup right there. Ooh. That actually should have triggered this, and I don't know why. I think it happened too fast. Unless it didn't tap on NQ. Let me see how high I got. Oh, that's why. 249. Oh, no, that should have worked. Okay. Um, hey, good morning, Iger. We're running into a long setup right here, so um probably going to close that and look for this long. We could be melting through all these potential longs here. I mean, we're grinding up, and this is looking like one of those sweeps, and then potentially just melting through all these prices. I don't know if we're going to get supported here. If we don't get supported here, I will likely go short. That's two. Man, I don't know. Active zones. I'll give it a shot. If we get melted through, I'll probably have to flip real quick, and we might just have a short setup coming out of this 140. I'm trying to troubleshoot my bot right now. I don't know why it's not firing. It should have fired right there. Hey, what's up, Leo? And Frazzy, good morning. Doing a little troubleshooting here. I should have had two trades that already triggered automatically, and they did not. I feel like I'm the bug squasher. See. Watching up here for a potential rejection. Looking like buyers still have control of this for the time being. This setup, what's happened here, looks very similar to when we dump. You know, we sweep a high pre-market, and then this is typically like the setup for 200 points to the downside. But I think we still have some exploring to do up here, is my guess. Hmm. Looking like sellers might take this. Let's see. I see. My bot did not take a trade because it had a gate to not take trades before regular trading hours, before 9:30 a.m., and I didn't have it converted from 7:30 a.m. Mountain Time. There's always something. Fantastic. This is looking pretty dumpy. Looking like I might get stopped out, and then I'll take this long entry down here. But just reading price action, just what's in front of us right now, this looks very dumpy. We're right here at the zero line on cumulative volume delta as well, which could provide a pivot. We could bounce off of this, or if we start digging below this zero line, it could be a breakout to the downside. Seeing a little bit of a bounce here. Not sure if I believe it just yet. I don't know. I might have to make some adjustments to be bearish. I think overall I'm still bearish, even though we squeezed up so much yesterday. I'm gonna hold this to my stop. Let's see what I need to do next. All right, that should work now. All right. How are you guys feeling about this price action? Looking dumpy to you? This rejection up here, obviously short, and then breaking through this level, unless we reclaim it, I think really kind of quickly, for now is looking like we could dump beyond this. So I would say, if you're following my battle map, use some discretion at these levels. Yo, what's up, Gavin? Yeah, I mean, we got a lot of room to go down if we decide we're going to dump. Good, man. Very good. Got a nice early start today. Good good night last night, and then let's crush it this week. Let's lock in some profits. Looking very dumpy still. Hey, what's up, Ghost? DGen? Welcome, thanks for the follow, and good morning. Just looking at the footprint here, we've got some aggressive buyers kicking in here at 128. Right here in this zone at, let's say 140 is where we want to see what happens. Do we get absorbed here and do we start seeing a continuation of the downside, or do we actually take over this zone and start building value above it? That's kind of what I want to see right now. Obviously, I took this long entry after doing a bunch of back testing yesterday. The best results I had for the setups are essentially if it touches the zone, take the setup and place the stop, and that's kind of it. So that's why I did what I did, even though it was looking like we were potentially dumping. And this might still dump, and this might be a loss right here, but just wanted to give you guys a heads up. On these zones, we'll probably have a combination of some discretion plus just when it taps the zone, entering, because that's what got the best back tested results. Obviously, I can't back test my discretion, but I think being kind of on point and robotic today might not be a bad thing. Got an opportunity here to get out break even. I might reduce the size here. I'm thinking about it because I'm not really sure if we're going back up. If we continue to get absorbed right here, I am seeing those aggressive buyers at 157. And then we got aggressive buyers at 170 if we can get up there. Little freak out candle right there. Kind of looked like a liquidity grab, but let's see if we get follow through below this low here at 117, then that freak out candle might have been a bearish freak out candle. But breaking above, let's say if we get up to 170 and start pushing, then I would be considering this freak out candle an inducement, a liquidity grab for longs. This is a tough setup because if you go back and look, a lot of times when we grind up overnight and then we sweep the high, the overnight high like we did right here. A lot of times when we do that, we have a pretty big move to the downside, and then we retrace through a lot of what you do overnight, and then we might get a consolidation in here. Is kind of what's more typical, I would say. Also, from a news perspective, are we really that bullish because we've delayed destroying everything? I don't know. Hey, what's up, Real Spook? Nice, Monster. Yep, he did. I mean, I don't. Maybe I would consider it chickening out. I mean, I think it's that Iran got scared for, the country's existence, but the end result is the same. We did not wipe out a whole civilization. Looking bearish right now. A lot of absorption up here, lots of selling through here. So aggressive selling, pullback, absorption, more aggressive selling. Looking like we're bearish. Um, I've got one more long setup down here that I might be taking. Right here at the value area low right now, lots of selling. So yeah, back to the bullish or bearish question. I mean, we all know that if we have bearish news, we go up. If we have bullish news, we go down. That's what we have been doing as it relates to what's been going on in the Middle East. So the question is, if we are bearish on news, is this enough of a drive up? I mean, it was a pretty damn big drive up, I would say. Is it time to start digging into some of these inefficiencies we created down here? Looking at, where we closed yesterday, about 1,000 points up. That might be enough. Lots of selling. It looks like sellers are relentless here. Definitely got a battle going on at 25.90. We got some passive selling going on right here at 90 and some passive buying happening at 90. Aggression on both sides. To me, kind of looking like sellers are going to win this, and maybe we come down to this zone down here. I would say the one thing that looks bullish to me is this absorption right here. I mean, lots of big sell orders right here. 181, 223, 120, 139, 126, 99. So a lot of absorption here, big absorption here. But again, sellers look relentless right now. So if I, were to guess at how this plays out, it's we flush this, potentially come down here. And then I don't know if we're bouncing from here or continuing. That was a big rejection. When I say rejection, maybe I should correct that. That was a big response here to all of this bouncing. I don't know if we're rejecting for real or coming back for a pullback so that we can come right back down. Passive seller at 25.95. 55 contracts, not huge. Let's see if it grows as we approach it here. 63, 67, 68. So it's absorbing more contracts up there, which is bearish. If we get over this 95 and start getting aggressive on the buy side, potentially up here above 25,100, we might have a revisit to this area up here. It's looking very tame right now. Yo, what's up? T4K Trades. Good morning. Real spook. Your last message got auto-modded. I have no idea. I would, if I saw that, I would un-auto-mod it. Still looking bearish here. Came up, got slammed back down after being over 25,100. That guy at 93. We got passive selling at 93 and 95. It's looking like this is flushing, to me at least. The footprint is kind of leaning toward this flushing lower because we got 93 and 95 being protected by sellers. Oh, there we go. Boom. That's probably because he said schizo, which is silly. I kind of feel like this could be a quick flush if we keep getting rejected up here. Boom. Next leg. Hey, good morning, Jan. I got to stop out there. Not super convinced this is going to bounce just yet. I kind of think we're going lower, but let's see. Now that I'm stopped out of that, could potentially see a short from up here that I might be down to take. Oh, and yeah, just to comment on what you said, I completely agree. Market has been schizo war news driven BS. 100%. Yesterday I had to like end the stream early because I was getting pretty annoyed with the bullish price action. Like in my opinion, we're not out of the woods yet. And as far as the economy goes, I think it's going to take more for us to dig out of, kind of where we are. I don't know if oil and gas is out of the woods yet either. I think we still have some economic impact to come. And so I was just annoyed at yesterday, when we basically Iran said that they were open to chatting, and then we just start moving up like this. And you could see people getting out of their short positions, over and over and over. And it was just kind of frustrating to me because I was ready for this to dump. And then, of course, we get some news headline that starts driving it up. And then, obviously, overnight was a massive unwinding of short positions. So, right now, I think I would wait for a potential re-entry up here, take down here, or I might try that long, even though we're hella bearish right now. Yeah, sure does. Just barcoding in here. That's probably a great idea, Iger. Yeah, while this is shaking out, um, man, I did some back testing yesterday and got some really, really good results. I'm super happy with it. Um, with with these setups that are generated, like the actual setups. And so I'm putting on the bot. I'm upset that I didn't catch this trade because of that time zone issue. It would have closed it here, gone long, so it would have won this one and then lost this one. But it should be working now. So let's see. Monster. I don't think I did. Let me check it out. What is it? I'm not finding it. Jan, no, I don't mind talking about it at all. The trade criteria. So obviously these setups that you see here on my chart are derived from the battle map, and the battle map is building these trade ideas based on the levels, my level sheet. So my level sheet has basically every important level on a daily basis. It's a huge database of different levels, and then um, the logic behind the setups that are chosen are based on the strength of levels around us, and that could be structural or it could be order flow levels. And then it creates the take profit and the stop losses based on back tested, back testing that same type of setup based on the level. Like for instance, like an overnight high sweep reversal like this, um, has been back tested um, hundreds, if not thousands of times. And based on that back testing data, it will then determine the take profit one, take profit two, based on, MAE and MFE. if you guys are familiar with that. Basically, how far it goes after a move like this and how far it goes against you. So it uses all those stats to then calculate T1 and T2 and the stop loss. And as far as the automated trading bot goes, it will just enter on touches, and that's based on back tested results as well. Like essentially what has the best results. And I had a couple of different entry triggers. One that I back tested that I thought was going to be better was a 3-touch entry. So if it touches this zone 3 times, and that basically is like a flip of a coin. Um, and then also using order flow to enter. Now, the problem right now with using order flow to enter here is that, at least the way I have it right now, it's not fast enough. Like, it's not like I have it reading order flow, but it might say enter. And because it's analyzing candles on 1 minute aggregated order flow candles or volumetric candles and footprint prices, this move would not be possible, right? So it would read that candle, say it tapped into here, rejected, and now order flow looks great for this setup, but now I've lost, what is that? It would enter on closing here, so I've lost like 60 points already of potential profit. So that's kind of the issue that I had with the order flow entry trigger. So right now it's just when it taps into one of these areas, it should enter. And it should only enter once. And then if it hits another level, it'll close. So like for instance, if it was in this trade, tapped in here, it'll automatically place the stop where the stop is supposed to go, which is up here. So it'll enter here, stop goes up here with 2 contracts. Once it gets to set up 1 TP1, which would have been right here, it'll take half off, which would be 1 micro contract, and then break even on the rest. So this actually would have hit both take profits, but if it hits an opposite side trade like this long right here, it closes everything and then enters long. So that's the best logic I have right now for it, just to make sure it doesn't get, wonky with, I have one setup here, one setup here. What does it do? The simplest thing to do is if we have a setup down here, it's supposed to be an invalidation area. I might have to mess with the logic down there, but essentially we take one take profit, take the second take profit here, then go long. And I think that makes sense for now. You've been using volume charts and trying to use different time frames to get better or early entry, still with confirmation. Tough balance. It is a tough balance, man, because the order, like if you're using those kinds of confirmations, let's see. Oh, there it is. We got an entry, an automated entry there. Let's see. Okay, we did not get a bracket order, so I'm having to fix this in real time. Let me put this stop down here, and then I'll get that fixed. So TP1, let's see, S3, TP1, whoops, TP2. All right, now let me work on the script or figure out why that did not enter with a bracket. Yes, long entry, Jan. I'm gonna go ahead and enter small with 1 here as well on another account. I'm still not sure if we're bouncing here. I'm letting this play out because I have a setup down here, but I think until we get over 25 100, we're not out of the woods. Yeah, I don't know if I'm believing these long setups, but if it like I'll tell you what, like if I was looking at this without my data in here implanted in here, I would feel very short. So you guys feel free to fade me. Fade my setups, these long setups down here. Um I think we could have more downside, but I don't want to mess you guys up with, trying to give you this bias. Just know that um one of the things I probably need to implement sooner rather than later is, a news bias. And I'm definitely going to be working on that this week. Target Asia lows. Maybe Songmore. That's a big drop down there. I tend to like whenever we have, big drops like this, where we're potentially targeting liquidity down here, it usually ends up playing out a day later than at least I'm anticipating. So, like, if I'm looking at this like a big run up and we're coming all the way back down to balance out these inefficiencies here, these low volume nodes, trying to see if we got buyers down here supporting it. Usually, what ends up playing out, at least when I'm looking to catch that move, like a big drop, is that it takes like an extra session or two. Waiting for 50 to 75% retrace the news move before attempting a long. Yeah, I mean that's probably the smart move, guys. I got these setups, and when we have big news events like a Trump candle, for instance, I've noticed that the accuracy on it goes down. But I'm gonna let this play out, especially because this is you know, I basically want to, at least for this trading, this automated trading bot, I want to leave everything as is. Like I really don't want to mess with it. And so I'm gonna leave this, and if it stops out, it stops out. No big deal. It is what it is. Gavin, that was my experience with it. I mean, my experience was more that it was like really slow getting in and out of trades um, on that other platform. Hey, what's up, Alpha? Good morning and welcome. Are you trading NQ futures? That's what we're doing, or MNQ. So right here, where we are, looks like we are having trouble. I mean, look at this nasty back and forth that we're having. Look at those wicks. It's gross. So what looks likely to happen? We're coming up here to this point of control. If we don't squeeze up above here, it's looking like we're going to reject and come back down to this area. And I would anticipate, for those of you that are, kind of looking for those shorts, if we do fail here, it would probably be a pretty quick flush down here, is my guess. Right now, looking at a passive seller up here at 25.89 with 101 contracts absorbed at the top there. So still, and then also at 25.84, 158 contracts. So looks like passive sellers are holding us down. And it looks like we're coming back to this area. Um, there's enough room for everybody to make some profit on both sides. So if you guys are short, I would say, real spook, don't worry about fading me. It's not going to hurt my feelings. If you guys are looking for shorts, you could take it down, and because my stop is all the way down here, so this could flush down here, reverse, and maybe I can still win this trade. Um, but right now, this is looking bearish. I'll show you guys what the footprint looks like. This guy right here holding us down, this guy right here holding us down, these two guys right here potentially holding us down. What I'm watching for right in here right now is, do we have signs of aggressive buyers? It's more aggressive sellers right now that I see. If we break over this level and start getting aggressive to the upside, story changes maybe just a little bit. Getting above 25,100 and getting aggressive, that's where I would be thinking, okay, my long trade might work out before shorts work out. For the time being, it's looking like shorts have a good chance of taking this down. Here's some passive buying support at 25.76 that just popped up. So I'm looking at this area as well. Are we able to come down, break this level, or is this new support going to bring us up, and then we get buyers aggressively pushing this up again up here and then beyond 25,100. But right now, it kind of looks like we're stuck between these guys, the top here, the bottom here, support down here, resistance up here. So if we keep holding below here, aggressive buyers nowhere to be found. I'm anticipating the floor gets broken out right here. And if the floor gets broken out, next level I'd be watching is 25.63 for potential support. Right now, it just kind of looks like I'm in a trade that's getting, I mean, look at this nasty consolidation right here. That's chop. I'll put a delta footprint on here. You can see absorption up top here and absorption down here. So that's kind of like what we were seeing in the footprint there. We're kind of bouncing back and forth between these two levels, and we don't have a winner yet. Buyers and sellers kind of battling it out. Are you trading manually now or with bots? I have one bot trade on right now, and I'm trading manually here. Oh, Iger, you probably need to do this. So on your volumetric chart, right click, go to data series, and then don't mess with any of this. Just change base period value to 5. Because if you change it from up here, it'll change it to a regular chart, not volumetric. You can see this level right here is pretty damn strong. We're getting nice reactions out of it, but the stronger the support level is, the harder it falls when it breaks through. So again, like when I'm looking at this price action, I'm seeing sellers in control. Now, for my trade, obviously I'm long in here, and I don't have confirmation on it yet. It was essentially just taking it off at this level and then us bouncing a little bit, so I got a late entry. But what I'm looking for is evidence that this is changing control. The first sign of a change in control would be breaking above this point of control right here. All right, cool monster. Chinex, thanks for the follow and good morning. Just FYI, we're trading MNQ right now. Any news? I don't see any news. Actually, wait. Yes, I do. Iran will withdraw from ceasefire agreement if attack on Lebanon continues. Okay. Iran Navy message. Ship owners need to receive permission from Iran to transit or they will be targeted and destroyed. Jeez. Several vessels in the Gulf received messages claiming to be from Iranian Navy saying Hormuz is still closed. Trump to PBS. Hezbollah and Lebanon will get taken care of too. Jeez. So none of that sounds bullish to me. None of that sounds bullish. But the challenge has been, I think, trying to trade this news cycle with what's going on in the Middle East. The challenge has been, okay, you know, we can see that this news that we're getting is not bullish news. But the problem is knowing the amount of time it's going to take for the brontosaurus, which is, the market, to turn around. It doesn't turn around very quickly unless we receive anything that's slightly bullish. Anything that's slightly bullish will skyrocket. Anything that is bearish will skyrocket, but then shortly thereafter, it will dump. So, like, the timing is difficult, and that's one of the reasons I sat out on Monday from streaming. I just wanted to watch the market. And you could see we got on Monday, we had a kind of huge shakeout in both directions. And then we were looking very bearish. And then all of a sudden, on the slightest bit of bullish news, we skyrocket 1,000 points overnight. But we skyrocket 1,000 points overnight. Now, what is that going to lead to? I'm still feeling bearish. So we skyrocket 1,000 points. And then, is it time to dump yet? It's looking like it's not time just yet, but maybe soon. That would be my guess. Still hovering around here at these passive sellers around 78. Again, to me, it's looking like sellers are winning this until we start crossing over this point of control, 25.91 and then 25.100, very close to each other. If we shoot up from here and start kind of gaining some of the, like if we start grinding up like that, then I would be feeling like, okay, maybe we're going for these highs. But until then, right now, looking like sellers are winning. Couple of bullish signs right here that would be that I would be looking at kind of sequentially. This one, absorption down here that caused a bounce at the point of control. These bounces down here, you can see if we zoom in here, you see this right here, this big line right here. This line is about equal with these two lines here, which represent absorption. This represents passive buyers. This represents passive sellers. So people with limit sells up here, limit buys down here. So we're consolidating between these guys, like playing ping pong right now. But as we approach this level down here, we got rejected. You see this absorption that happened right here, and you see this absorption that happened right here. These two things are potentially bullish. But you can see we came back up. We were rejected from here, came back up. Now we're coming. It looks like we're coming right back down to retest this. So it looks like sellers are continuing to push this thing down. You see this. slope to the downside here. Buyers are having a hard time pushing this thing up right now. I'll tell you one thing that might be the case here. I don't know. I don't want to try and, say this is going to happen, but one thing that I could see happen is we're accumulating on the bottom here, and I could see a surprise squeeze up. Just kind of based on the length of this consolidation here, maybe it ends up falling out from here and then we get a bounce, but it's kind of looking like we're accumulating down here. If you look at it this way, we had a massive, this is massive, massive move up. So let's just consider from here all the way up. Now on the way down, notice on this downside how much selling there is, but there's not a ton of movement, at least yet. And that could change, but there's a massive amount of selling happening right here. And normally, after a move like this, we sweep the highs after a big move up. Then we got a lot of selling out of here. This aggressive selling usually would result in like a few hundred points dumping kind of from right here. And it might still happen again. But what I'm anticipating is that we could have accumulation down here that could surprise everybody. Now, everybody that's short from in here could be at risk if buyers start saying, "Hey, we're moving this thing up." All these people, that would result in another huge squeeze, like we were seeing yesterday. These kind of squeezes, it would result in like this and this. So I could see something like that happening too. All right. What a nasty consolidation. Look at that. Another absorption down here. Again, I don't know if I believe that we're going to bounce from here before a big flush, but you can definitely see we're reacting down here. Tricky price action either way. I just checked it out, Monster. It looks very cool. Yeah, I just saw it. Yeah, it looks very cool. What is it? They're web designers? Yeah, it looks very cool. I I mean, if they're doing that, I couldn't tell. Like if they're doing that with like a low amount of CPU usage, that would be amazing. Gavin looking for 25,000 for this short. I could see that getting hit. Looks like buyers could not move this up beyond 25.45. These like slow grinds down or slow grinds up like that can sometimes lead to an explosive breakout. All right. Looks like we got some buyers making a little bit of progress here. Let's see what happens. They get rejected again up here around 55. Let's see. A lot of times when you I mean it happens on both ends. Like right now, basically in each one of these candles that I'm watching, I'm looking for is there any evidence that says the sellers are done? right here where we had buyers that looked like we could be building some evidence, but then this rejection is like, no, sellers are still in control of this thing. Gavin, what are you saying on ES? I don't I don't know. So I'm looking at this low here on ES, and we haven't crossed over that low yet. And I'd kind of be looking at that same one right here. We haven't crossed over that yet as well. Let's see on a lower time frame here. Yeah, I would say it starts looking really dumpy if we cross over here. Same thing on NQ. Starts looking really dumpy crossing over here. So the what's going on right now is, sellers maintaining control, continuing to really just grind into this level down here. Now, do we see a bounce out of this or a continued grind? I think right now it looks like sellers are in control and it's still safe to hold shorts. If we start seeing that, like those candles that start doing this, like bullish candles that go like that, then it might be time to close up those shorts. I I'm not watching ES on the footprint right now. Are you trading ES right now? Or are you just looking for a comparison? Looking like we could have another attempt by buyers here. Let's see. probably within the next candle or two, we might have an attempt for buyers to push up. We're right up here hanging out at 25.55. Buyers are getting aggressive right here. Let's see if they can make some progress above 25.55. Looks like they're getting held down. Passive selling happening at 25.48. So looking like sellers are still holding this thing down. There was a burst of buying that just happened at 55. Well, to be exact, 53.50, 54.50, and 55.25. So there was a burst of buyers right there that pretty much instantly just got rejected. At least to me, still looking like sellers in control. And, you know, just based on my experience, it usually doesn't end until there's some pain. So we might get a big sweep down, and then maybe buyers start gaining control. But a lot of times when sellers are like this, and you can see that buyers are unable to move price up, and sellers keep pushing, usually it results in a quick flush, and then it could continue, you know, from there. But I guess the point I'm trying to make is that a lot of times you don't get that change in control until sellers like get what they want, which, you know, might be a big push down like this, and then buyers start taking control. It's either that, or at these levels here, you see a large amount of absorption down here. I would say that's probably not going to be the case in this situation, but let's see. If buyers keep pushing this and are able to get aggressive, let's say above this VWAP, above this point of control, then it starts looking good. But if we just keep doing this, getting rejected, and keep pushing against this, I'm kind of just making the assumption that we're going to have a violent move before buyers can take control, before sellers basically you know, cut it out. Looking like this candle or the next candle could flush. Another passive seller at 25.35, which is bearish. What's up, Amin? Thanks for the follow and good morning. Looks like this candle might be a flush candle, might come down very quickly. Got a little passive support down here at 25.32. Maybe a sweep of this value area low. Hey, good morning, Amin. FYI, we're trading M&Q right now. I am long, but I told everybody, feel free to fade me. Everything in here looks short. I have setups that are based on data that I crunch, and so I take these setups and I'm taking it kind of with um, without a lot of discretion at the moment. If this fails, I think that I would probably be using both of these areas as shorts, short entries. Looking like we're getting that flush right now. Let's see how low it can go. Yesterday, I was very, very bearish, and we started moving up. Um, and now that I have bullish setups, basically just using these as areas that could be invalidation points for a long bias. All still looks bearish. Sellers maintaining control here. I don't see any support down here at all on the footprint. Let's see if we climb back over this value area low or if we just keep rejecting and continue dumping right here. So right here is where if we are going to bounce, I see a little bit of support here, 175 contracts at 26. So first time I've seen something like that in a minute. 111 contracts at 25.42 for passive buying. So maybe we got some support coming in. If I start seeing this get aggressive on the buy side, which I don't see yet, the only thing I see for evidence that this could potentially be a bounce is that support there at 26. I don't see aggressive buying happening just yet. Until I see those aggressive buyers, I'm going to essentially assume that we're coming up here for a retrace and then continuing short. A little bit of aggression there at 35. What do you mean it just didn't close you out after hitting the button? I was noticing that too, unfortunately, with that platform. Like I might hit a button and it might not work. They definitely got some work to do on that thing. It did not remind me as of wealth charts. Like wealth charts is horrible in my opinion, but the issues that I saw were, I mean, they're pretty big issues. All right, three passive sellers here once again, kind of spread out between 2 points, 145 contracts, 43 and 13. So we got a passive seller trying to hold us down. We got a passive buyer trying to hold us up at 25.21. So 25.21 and 25.26 are bullish areas where we got passive support. Seeing a little aggression here at 25.30 on the buy side. So if it starts looking like we're going to take a bounce here, I might add to my position, improve my price here, but I'm not seeing the buyer follow through. I'm not seeing buyers follow through here. Um, Actually, Gavin, I think it's just going to take a second for it to update. I think you got it, but I think it's just going to take a second. Takes like a few minutes for whatever reason for the P&L to update. It's silly. All right. Yeah, sellers looking like they're going to continue pushing this thing down unless buyers get aggressive up here at 25. Pattern here is that buyers cannot move this price up. Buying at the top of these candles, buying at the top, continuing to happen down here. And buyers just do not have the ability to push this price up. So sellers will take control. Little absorption down here at 25,000 to be expected. Definitely a bummer missing out on this short move, even though this would be frustrating to hold through. I mean, you can see it's clear, sellers in control here. But I kind of got caught up taking this long because of this setup right here. So unfortunately, I'm fading strength right now. I don't know if we're going bullish all day today. That's kind of the way I'm feeling right now. I think I'll probably close this trade for myself and let the bot do whatever, let the bot stop out down there. But I'm feeling like I probably want to stop out of this. We're just not seeing any signs of anything from buyers right now. And we might have, 400 more points to go down. Gavin, taking a look at your picture here. Did it show up? Is that what you're saying? Oh yeah. Yeah. So the I think it's an interesting business model that they have. So free evals, and then once you pass, you pay. Obviously, the cost is a little inflated, but I think the biggest downside to that whole thing is you got to use their platform. And if they fix their problems, I think it could be cool. But for the time being, it's the execution time takes, I don't know, for me, it's almost like it takes like 3 to 4 seconds to get the trade on the chart. And then when I'm exiting, same thing. Or if I'm like adjusting a stop, it's like 2 to 3 seconds to adjust the stop. And that to me is like, ugh, I don't know if I can do that. Looking like we're just dumping here. And I don't know if I need to be fading this at all. right now. I faded it because of these setups, but now that I'm kind of out of that trade, I mean, short looks pretty obvious for the time being. I mean, it's kind of been obvious this whole time. I was holding out some hope that we could potentially bounce, but I was not seeing. I saw like if I had to rate it, like the bounce probability was like at a 1. Yeah, it sure was, Iger. It usually is for you. All right, talk to you later, monster. Might be looking for a short if we get up here. Yeah, you're at about 800 bucks right now, right? On your trade. I don't know. My guess would be that we're going to reject up here and continue going short. I'm going to go ahead and take a short here. If we start blasting these levels and start going long, I'll flip. But for the time being, I think we're going lower. Looks like we're starting to see signs of those bullish candles with aggressive buying happening above 25,000. This might be a bounce point. I might be flipping. We might have a squeeze ahead of us, so I don't know. Mainly, this is the first time I've seen buyers able to do anything. Up in here, they couldn't do anything, and here it looks like they kind of have free reign at the moment. And buyers getting aggressive above 25,000. Looks like this could potentially be a reversal point. Um, so I think I'm gonna have to. I don't know. I'm gonna watch what happens here at the value area low. If we continue squeezing like this, I'm gonna probably flip. First, like the whole time we were coming down here, I was looking for something like this to happen, and now I'm seeing it. But I'm not in my long trade anymore. So I flipped, right, thinking that we were going to continue down. And then right as we hit this point right here with this big absorption, we start breaking levels for the first time on the buy side. So it might be time to flip. Tapping this value area low here. Let's see if we get a retracement or buying only. Yo, what's up, Calgio? I use NinjaTrader. Yeah, I think probably a good idea that you got out, man. Did you get out? Where'd you get out? Around like 85 or something? Yeah, definitely a good thing. Again, it's just this is looking like, I mean, it could just be a pullback and we could continue short, but since up here, this is the first time where buyers were able to really do anything at all. So I think let's just watch carefully. If we break above this level, now I'm thinking buyers are clearly in control. All right, two quick losses. I think I bet. I mean it. I think I better just chill for a second, potentially wait for a pullback. If we get a pullback here that gets rejected, I'll take it long. Right now, it's looking like we got a shot at this potentially reversing, but I'm not sure yet. Break below zone 8 with acceptance. No acceptance down here, so it's looking like this potentially, um, it could be the area that holds. How does my AI work? Um, Man, it's kind of a big explanation, but let me see if I can shorten it. um, so essentially, I download every day, every minute actually. I download all of this data that gets pumped through here. I have a big database of open, high, low, close candles and volume that goes back to 2008. I run a shit ton of back tests on that data, and then I aggregate a bunch of levels over previous months, previous weeks, previous week's point of control, for instance, previous week value area low, value area high. It might be easier if I just show you. So I have a master level sheet. So I keep track of all the different levels that are important and why. And then I rank them, or my script ranks them based on how much volume was transacted there, what kind of reaction did we get there. Let me find data levels. So I have this big master sheet with all the levels ranked and why, and then what I will actually use AI for is then to analyze all those levels, and then based on all the back testing results that I have and where price is at the current moment, generate the best setups with the best results near price, and then based on what results we've had, then adjust the take profit and the stop losses to be essentially accurate to the data. So this is the big, master level sheet. It has, like, if I scroll down, I've got about 100,000 rows of different levels, historical levels. And then out of those levels, I will create zones. And these zones are an aggregate of all the different levels and all the different rankings for those levels. And then, basically combining levels and scores to create these zones. And then I have reaction zones, which are highly likely to have violent reactions. And then I have reaction levels as well. And then I have kind of these top ranked levels and zones that will be created. If you look here into this sheet. So check out that sheet. That's kind of the result of everything. And then I also have this that is feeding me order flow observations. And then I have, so like right here, let's just ask this. Let's say what happened 10:57, 8. Do you think this bounce is sustainable? What's the win rate like using it compared to if you just did it without it? The win rate of my setups, pretty damn good. So this is the answer. Do not chase this bounce long. Risk reward is against you unless you're scalping. So, I can get real-time feedback, based on what's happening. I can show you what the win rate looks like. Let me pull it up. So that's what the win rate, this is what it looks like. Yeah, it looks like sellers got it again. I was kind of busy explaining that, but I would have been short I would have wanted to go short probably on that candle. Yeah, I mean, it's 59%, but the key thing here is the profit factor. Profit is 3.65. So if you got a 59% win rate, but your profit factor is like under 1, that's not profitable. Basically, the profit factor means that the wins are 3.65 times the losses with a 59% win rate. So it's actually those are actually really good stats. Most like quant traders are looking for above 2.0 for profit factor. I mostly trade NQ, sometimes gold. Man, Saudi oil pipeline damage said to be limited after drone strike. Kuwait, fires broke out in some of these sites. So, like, why the hell did we move up 1,000 points? I mean, I think we did it so that short sellers could pack the bags. That's how I feel. Yeah, Calgio, I would recommend um, trading in the zone. Biggest loser wins, and the mental game of trading. Looking like this could potentially be a move up. I'm just watching order flow now, and it's looking like we're buyers can grind this thing up, which was not possible in here. So the roads might be clear for buyers. I'm just noting that right now. Passive seller at 25.30. Buyers might have control of this thing since this. I'm gonna start de-risking. It's looking like it might be time to switch the bias. I'm not sure yet though. I'm gonna de-risk. I know. I'm kind of teetering back and forth between letting this play out and starting to just get out of it because the buyers are able to move this thing pretty easily, is what it looks like. Yeah, this candle is very bullish. Like we got all this bearish news happening, and so now it's time to go back up. Hey, what's up, Millie Barber? Welcome. Oh, what's going on? Doing great, man. Doing great. Just watching this crazy market unfold right now. We definitely have bearish news on, the conflict in the Middle East right now. What's up, Isaac? 8733. Good morning. Oh man, sorry, Isaac. Not interested. um, yeah. What's the market position? Um, in here, I was trying to catch bounces, and I was not having any progress because buyers couldn't do anything. Right here, looking like is a potential area where buyers took control over this thing. Maybe. Um, but as long as we don't cross over this point right here, as long as we don't do this, I think there's still a possibility sellers could drive this down. If we start breaking some of these highs, I am flipping my bias and thinking we could be bouncing from here. Next big area I would be watching up here for a rejection is in here. The only thing I really use is volume. So I use volume profile. That's what all this is. Value area low, value area high, point of control, VWAP, and that's it. But I would say the main thing I use is this. This is a footprint chart. So you can see the candles here, but you can see what's inside the candles here. And when I say inside, you can see all the volume that is being transacted within this candle. Whereas if you're just looking at candlesticks, this is all you see, and you don't know what's going on in between the lines. And here I can see that we have aggressive buyers here on the right side. We got a passive seller sitting here at 25.30. We got potential support at 25.22. Buyers potentially trying to hold this up. Big buyer right here that got absorbed at 985. So there's a lot of information that is inside the candles. Nice, man. Nice work, dude. Oh, before you go, Gavin, are you able to? So did you pass those, or you got 500 more, or what? Like 350 per. Nice, man. Good work, dude. Hopefully you'll have those passed tomorrow, or well, whenever. You don't have to rush it. So far on my trades this morning, since we've opened, I lost two. So the AM session has not been fruitful. And now it's looking like this trade might go against me as well. How long have I been trading? For a long time. Um, like 8.5 years, but not like full time. 8.5 years, on and off. All right, looks like we are potentially going for this high here. Again, bulls are able to push this thing up. Buyers are able to actually move price now. They were not able to any like at any point in here. But right now it's looking like they kind of have the floor. Millie, this is what I do full time right now. So I'm not I'm a trader, not a streamer, but I do stream my trades. That's how I look at it. What was it like for me when I first started trading? It was a lot of pain. I mean, it was a lot of learning. Look, like let me try and like set the stage for you guys that are new. Millie Barber, I use NinjaTrader. So yeah, let me try and set the stage for you guys that are new. Um, when I first started trading, I was funding my own accounts. Um, Thousands of dollars went down the drain, lost a lot of money, but I educated myself constantly. So I paper traded for like 6 months. And I would say it was more, I spent more time researching, and learning how to trade than I would at a full time job. Because it was like during the day, I was paper trading. On the weekends and at night, I was, reading books, studying, watching YouTube videos, taking courses. Um, and it still resulted in losing money. So it was very, very, it was a tough road, but at no point in my trading career have I ever wanted to stop. And that's probably just kind of the type of person I am. I'm, a little bit stubborn in that way. And if I can't figure something out, I want to work on it until I can figure it out. And so that was my attitude throughout the whole thing. And so if you have that kind of attitude, I think it's much, much better than expecting success. Your success should come from hard work that you put into improving yourself. Um, and improving yourself means that you have to really, really be able to look at the mistakes that you make and the bad habits you have in trading, and make an intentional effort to improve on those things. It's not just about hitting home runs. It's actually hardly ever about hitting home runs. Yes, eventually you'll get to the point where you want to be able to hit home runs and know when to size up. But I think 90% of success in trading is about making incremental improvements, changing bad habits, and focusing on having the ability to hit base hits instead of going for those big swings. If you can make $50 a day trading, you'll have to remember this. If you can make $50 a day in trading, you can scale that up with size to an infinite amount. So focus on getting consistent wins every day, like $50, $100. Um, thanks, Millie. So what's the biggest profit and loss in my whole trading journey? Oh man, I do get this question. I lost $70,000 in profits in one day. Um, my biggest gain, and that was because I was copy trading. So when you see people copy trading, which I do sometimes, just know that it comes with a lot of risk, especially if you have, if you're in a point in your trading career where tilting is a regular thing. Don't copy trade because you will copy your tilt. Yeah. And my biggest day, I don't know, maybe like 25,000. That's not something I do on a regular basis, though. Usually I'm just kind of shooting for base hits. Um, Even today is a big day. Um, so yeah, usually I'm shooting for I, I I say that I'm shooting for 1,000 every day, but I think it's a very unhealthy thing to do. I do that so that viewers know what I'm shooting for. But I try not to like hold myself to that. Really what it's about is like if the opportunity is there in the market that day, then you take it and you make what you can get and you try and put it in your pocket and walk away and end up profitable. But if you have to take a loss, then you have to be able to walk away from a loss as well and not stubbornly try and make money when the market isn't giving it. How you start it? I mean, where do you learn trading from? No, Calgio, I don't make YouTube vids. I just stream really. What I wanted to do is start streaming for accountability so that if I was making big mistakes, I have to do it in front of people. That's mainly why I started streaming, but I did not necessarily want to be a content creator just because it takes extra time, energy, and effort, and my focus is on trading, not content. So how do you start? How do you start learning? It's a tough question to answer because there are a lot of. I'll try and give you the best advice I can. You got to find people you trust, to receive your education from, and learn it. Learn from books, learn from people that are on YouTube that aren't trying to sell you a course. It makes it really tough to learn from somebody that's always trying to push a course at you. There's a guy named Rainer Tio that I always recommend people watch. I watched most of his content when I was new to trading, and he's not trying to sell you a course. He used to be a proprietary trader, and he gives a lot of basics for technical analysis. And technical analysis will be a large part of your trading. And then eventually you will start defining how you look at the market, what technical levels matter to you, and then what you want to add on top of that to differentiate yourself from the 90% of the traders out there that fail. How many hours per day, week do you dedicate to trading? A lot, a lot. Um, I'm not somebody that, goes into the market for like an hour, takes a trade, and then stops for the day. Um, Obviously, I mean, if you're looking at my sheet and everything I've created, I've spent a lot of time um, coming up with a system that can crunch data to give me whatever edge I can get out of the data that I'm looking at, and then analyzing the data for back testing results and strategy results. So how many hours per day per week do I dedicate? I mean, I usually will stream, for like 4 to 5 hours, usually minimum. And then honestly, probably 4 hours minimum work on, my whole trading system. So 8 hours a day at least. Oh damn, Millie Barber, shit, man. I'm glad I got to answer those questions. But you're trying to sell me on designing some banners, huh? I appreciate that. I'm not interested though. I get a lot of people that ask me that question. I know you guys are just doing your job, but I'm not interested. I'm kind of liking what I'm seeing here. I'm gonna add right there. Um, Chinex, sorry man. It looks like the auto mod blocked your message, but hey man, I'm really enjoying the stream. I'm trying to get into algorithmic trading properly and wanted to ask what you think is the best way for a beginner to get started without wasting time on the wrong things. If you were starting again from scratch, what would you focus on and what would be your biggest piece of advice for someone trying to build real skill in the space? That's a really good question, man. Algorithmic trading, like automatic trading, is extremely difficult. And the reason is because you're competing with the best, smartest mathematicians in the world. But my advice would be to number one, don't get too excited with back testing results until you exhaustively test it. Um, Also, make sure that when you're testing, you splice up your data so that you're able to look at, let's say, the most recent, like let's say the past year, the past quarter, the past 2 years, the past 5 years, so that you're not just looking at something that either has results that get averaged down if you backtest it for a long period of time because the market changes over time. And um, so make sure that you're not just prioritizing a large data set and you're also not just prioritizing the most recent. I would say if you're going to do either of those, prioritize the most recent. Um, Also, you got to make sure that you have a really, really robust backtesting system. And if you just rely on AI by itself, a lot of times it's going to make mistakes. So you have to really be tough on whatever system that you have to ensure that you're actually getting accurate information, which is really tough when you're new because you don't know what looks accurate. If you backtest something that has a profit factor, let's say over 5, I would be weary of it. Question it. Um, and then I guess the other thing I would say is get creative um, with what you're back testing and what you're combining it with. When I say combining it, you might find some of your best results in back testing come from not just like, um, an example would be like a VWAP crossover, right? Let's say we cross over VWAP. Maybe your best results come from when the overnight session is up, the AM session is down, and then you cross over VWAP. So look for unique combinations that are not so unique that it's an anomaly, but unique enough to where it's not going to happen all the time, but when it does happen, it has a higher success rate. You need all the help you can get when it comes to like automating the trading because it's very difficult. Looks to me again like we're bouncing up, and buyers could take control of this and squeeze. Um, this price action is extremely choppy, so it's not an easy read here. Calgio, that was a little bit of a painful story. I bought call options on GameStop when I believe it was at $4. It was either $4 or $8. And my options expired maybe like 3 or 4 days before the GameStop move happened. So I was early on it by a few days. And then I got nothing. Looking like buyers might have control of this is kind of the way I'm feeling about it right at this moment. This rejection was a little telling. Yeah, Calgary, it was rough. It would have resulted, I think it cost me, I don't know, maybe $700 or something, but it would have resulted in about a $500,000. I think maybe it was even $700,000. So I would have it would have cost me $700 and I lost all of that. But had I not been early on that I would have seen that play out, it would have resulted in about 700K. Yeah, Chinex, happy to help, man. And feel free to reach out to me on Discord. I'm happy to chat with you more about it. But that's kind of my take on it. I think I'm gonna close this out. I don't love it. Taking some big losses this morning. I think I'm gonna wait. I don't like. I feel like I would like to take this long, but I don't know about from here. No, I do not prefer options. That GameStop option play that I did was one of the very few options plays that I've done. I typically don't trade options. I think options data is good though. Watching this area right now for a potential rejection to continue going short, or if we start busting up into this level and it looks like buyers getting aggressive, it could be a squeeze. I'm going to try long from here, mainly just because I like what I'm seeing here on the footprint. Probably move this down a little bit. Still seeing big buyers here at 55. Getting equalized a little bit by some aggressive selling. So I think getting over this 2560 is a big win for buyers. We got VWAP right above us, 2565. A little bit of absorption over there at 2560. Not loving that we don't have a lot of aggressive buyers. So hoping this move isn't exhausted. So basically watching each one of these candles to see are buyers still here. And what we don't want to see is that this right here, this high is a pivot. We want to see this high get taken. Passive seller here at 57. I want to see that high get taken, and then I want to see this high get taken. That looks good. I don't mind us dropping quickly as long as we get picked back up quickly. But back to this 2557 level, that is right now what I'm anticipating as a potential problem. It's up here. This might be um, the pullback for a continuation short. I'm just watching how buyers respond here. And if we don't go take this level quickly, I might get out. So I pretty much want to see this level get taken on this candle or the next candle. If not, I will probably just exit this position and anticipating a potential takeover by sellers. Approaching that 25.57 level, let's see what happens. If we get up there and reject, I might be aggressive with this trail, because if it slams back down on me, I would rather not get taken out of profit. So again, I want to see this candle or the next candle break these highs, and if they don't, I am feeling like we could be coming back down. All right, so having some trouble getting over that 25.57. You can see we tapped up into it and got rejected. If we can't cross over that 57 level, that's kind of I think the breaking point or pivot level, I should say. Where breaking above 57 and getting aggressive is looking like this is going bullish. If we can't break above this 57 and we keep rejecting off of it, I think it could be a move back down. This is MNQ, which is Nasdaq futures. You'll have to probably look that up. Nasdaq is the top 100 tech companies. Okay, so this candle and this candle did not go break those highs, so I'm starting to feel a little bit bearish about this. Just as I said that, we go and break these highs. Okay, looking better. I think we could potentially get a squeeze. Now, if we do get up above these levels, I'd be looking at this area as a potential short at 25.140. Calgio. So NQ is the mini version. I'm trading the micro version. So NQ is $20 per point that it moves. This is $2 per point that it moves with one contract. If you're new to trading and even if just, I would say for the most part, most traders, unless you have a big bankroll, want to be trading with micros because you can always trade 10 micros and that will equal one mini. But if you're trading minis, you only have the option to trade your lowest denomination is one, which is $20 per point, which can lead to some big gains, but it also can lead to big losses. All right. So it is looking good, but I don't think we're out of the woods just yet. Breaking above this consolidation, I think, would be great. Right now, we're about at the midpoint of this consolidation right here. So there is still a chance, I would say, that we could find resistance up here and dump. It's not looking like it right now, but I'm always open to the possibility of getting screwed somehow. So if you're looking to be a little more conservative, right now might be a good spot to take profit. If you don't want to hold through a pullback, or if you believe it could reverse from here, which I do believe that. Okay, so what do I want to see out of this pullback? I want to see a quick pullback, not a lot. I don't want to see like a multi-candle pullback, maybe two candles at most. But right here, being at this kind of key level, I really would prefer seeing this quick pullback and then big push up, potentially, big squeeze for 30 points, 20 points. If we keep kind of running up against this and have a hard time breaking through this, I would probably want to pull half this position off. So right now I'm waiting to see, are we going to keep pushing down for a potential deeper pullback, or can this squeeze up pretty quickly? If it squeezes up pretty quickly, I'll hold on to it. If we keep having trouble, I'm going to reduce my size. Yep, Iger right here, 25,100. Agreed. Yep, they sure did. You can see all that over here. Buyers couldn't do anything over here. So, yeah, this will be the kind of final boss, I think, for us. Obviously, we got more levels up here, but I think this is going to be, if we can cross over this 25,100 with strength on the buy side, that'll be a big pivot level for us. Okay, so another way that, I like to look at moves like structurally, in addition to what's happening with order flow, is where do these main pushes indicate a change in control? So up until this point, and I would say probably this point too, and this point too, buyers were decisively in control. Then sellers in control here. Now we're back to buyers in control. But this buyers in control here could be temporary, just like the sellers were temporary. So always scroll back, look left. If we look left, what do we find? Well, actually, buyers were in control this whole time. So we got a big move up, retracement down here. So where could this move go? This move, if we are following the logic that the big push up is where dominance is, so buyers are dominant in this whole move up. Buyers dominant. Then you want to be looking at this move here as a potential temporary area where sellers were in control. Now we might be going back to the dominant side of buyers and creating a new high. That's a possibility. Also is a possibility that this change in control here is a longer term change in control and we might have more downside, in which case this pullback move might be short-lived. About to hit 50% here. 50% of this move down is, I think, 25.88. We also got our point of control here. But again, I do think Iker was right. This 25.100 is kind of the real level we want to be watching for. How do we react up here? Right here at this point of control, or right up here at this 25.100, good spot to pull off some profit if you are in profit. Okay, so it looks like we're potentially gaining a foothold over this point of control. We might get an expansion up here, and maybe we just stop dead in our tracks at 25.100. Come back for I wouldn't be surprised if we did something like this. That being said, if you're in profit here, the question you should be asking yourself is, are you willing to hold through that pullback? If you are, for a potential bigger move and you have a lot of faith in it, then you don't do anything. But if you don't like holding through pullbacks, I typically don't love holding through pullbacks. I will, and I had a couple of those yesterday that came and bit me in the ass because I held for too long and it reversed on me. It would be like if I was holding this short, really thinking we're going to dump, and then it started doing this, and I'm still holding it. $500 in profit going to zero is not great. Now what I want to see, does this candle go and break these highs, or does the next candle go and break these highs? Do we get stuck at this point of control? It looked like we were gaining a foothold over it, and now it looks like we're dropping below it. This is potentially looking like we might have an earlier pullback than anticipated. I'm going to go ahead and take one off here. I only got two on, so I'm taking half of my position off here just to make sure that I pay myself. And if this comes all the way back down here, maybe you want to dig in down here, or maybe this actually ends up going for a short move. I at least took something out of it. Looking like we could continue pushing up. It could also be a good decision to close this trade out in full and wait for a pullback. I'm looking at this a little bit like what we saw yesterday. We started moving down and then we bounced. Well, actually, sorry, it was over here. I think I'm going to close this out. I'm just going to trail it aggressively. If it goes below this low here, I'll stop out. I just took a couple of big losses. I want to make sure that I secure what I actually get. All right, looks like we are gunning for that 25-100. Just like on the way down, sells only. This looks like buys only, and it's looking like it's a possibility we could be reversing this. So when we were looking really dumpy, this was kind of it seemed like a long shot at the time, but the idea that we were accumulating on the way down, all these sell orders, not making a ton of progress, then we dump. Um, Essentially, what I was saying was that I'm not anticipating there being a change in control until we do something violent. This was the violence, this was the absorption, and this is the potential change in control out of it. You can see we're breaking above these levels that really should be tough to break through. I would say the midpoint here, point of control, and then this 25 100 should be pretty difficult, but right now we're kind of slicing through it like butter. Which to me is an indication that there has been a change in control. Buyers are in control. So on the way down, I was saying that there is a possibility that this could be accumulation on the downside. When I say accumulation, what I'm talking about is passive buyers that are allowing price to come to them. And as price comes to them, they're taking on long orders, long orders, long orders, long orders, long orders. And eventually, when they've had their fill, they've packed their bags. Now aggressive buyers can push it up. And that's kind of what it's looking like for the time being. Now we have a surprise reversal here. And all these people that are short could be in trouble. I just wish I had been in really from down here. Not down here, but after we broke this high, came back for this pullback, I was in short up here. In hindsight, I just wish I was in long from down here, but that's okay. Yeah, let's see right here. Yeah, it's breaking. It's really busting through all these levels, looking like buyers are finally they were not able to do anything here, or they were choosing not to. And then finally, after they packed their bags, now it's on. Definitely watching this level here at 140 for a potential area that we could see want to come back for a pullback. I'm adding there. Added one more time above 25 100. I don't love adding this high up. Like my entry was already not great. Um, but I'm seeing this as a potential momentum move. I might tighten this up a little bit. Not a huge amount of clarity on the footprint right now. Kind of looking like a pullback is definitely within the realm of possibility. Okay, we're above 25,100. We'd love to see this hold above 25,100 and quickly expand up. And I will likely, if we do get a squeeze here, I will likely try and exit um, two of the three contracts, whatever the squeeze ends up being. So right now it's kind of looking like maybe we could get a squeeze, but it might go back for a pullback. And if it goes back for a pullback, I'll stop out and be waiting down here potentially to re-enter long. Yeah, we got a little bit of divergence here. Trump on ceasefire. Numerous agreements, lists, and letters are being sent out by people that have absolutely nothing to do with the USA Iran negotiation. In many cases, they are total fraudsters, charlatans, and worse. They will be rapidly exposed after our federal investigation is completed. There's only one group of meaningful points. Okay, I mean he's talking about fake news and this, that, and the other. I just want to give me the meat and potatoes here. Source no power authority to write letter claiming great authority. Agreements, lists, and letters are being sent out by the people. Yeah, I don't think that's anything. Meta debuts first AI model from prized superintelligence group. Looking like there's a new AI model from Facebook. Starting to look like this might want to pull back. I might save myself a few bucks and stop out. If these three wick highs right here don't get broken within the next one or two candles, I'll probably close it. Creeping up my stop. I'm gonna wait. Just chill out for a second and watch price action here. Looking like we want to pull back. I just don't know where to or how deep. So I think this is tricky because this was kind of the level we were watching. 25,107, right above 25,100. It's not clear whether or not we're going to be able to continue moving up. Right now, it looks like we got potential rejection here. Obviously, buyers are strong. But right now, I think we're at kind of a decision point. Based on the footprint chart, I think the highest likely candidates for us bouncing are here and here. I didn't even know I was in a position. Oh, that was my bot. My bot's not doing so hot. Is it it's in a long right now, isn't it? Sure is. S4. I got some bugs to iron out. All right. Well, I'm going to let that do its thing. By the way, the new the PM session battle map is up. All right, so we got a long setup here, we got a long setup down here, and we got a short setup up here. Yep, you bet, Frozzy. All right, so here's the test. If my bot, if price goes down here, what this is supposed to do is it's supposed to close out the current trade and re-enter so that I'm not doubling my risk. So let's see, if we do come down here, this will be a test. If we come down here, it should close this trade and open a new one long with the stop down here. So let's see. Definitely anticipating having to work out some kinks still, but I got to be honest, I'm just happy that it's actually entering. Because there were so many times last week when I was trying to troubleshoot it, and there was one problem or another where it just wouldn't enter. CSV off. Okay, I'm liking this reaction here that we're getting. I'm gonna go in small, and if we come back down here, I'll add. I'll go ahead and use the widest stop of my setups. It's way down here. That's a huge stop. Actually, I'll just use this where I'm at right now, S4. I'll stop right there. And I'll add in here if we get down here. Looking like buyers might be trying to get aggressive here. Let's see. All right. This looks like a little rejection. Looks like we might be going deeper for a pullback. Unless we immediately take this high. All right, looks like we got rejected up here again. A little absorption. Let me see what's happening on the footprint. Not seeing a ton. A little bit of support down here at 2580. Passive selling at 2580 as well. So to me, it kind of looks like we're going for a deeper pullback. We did not immediately go run this high right here. Looks like we got rejected up here. Oh, there we go. We might be taking it right now. Yeah. Okay. Buyers getting aggressive here. Not a ton above 25.90, but let's see if they push it. Yep, here they are at 91. Watching this area too for a potential rejection. I think I'm going to break even on this. If we end up rejecting up here and slamming down, I don't want to get caught up in there and taking a loss. Right now, it's the way I feel about this is if this is going to work out, we're not going to pull back first. We'll just go. In which case, this um, break even stop will be good. But if we pull back first, to me, it could be indicative of a deeper pullback before moving up. So, in which case, I don't want to be in this. Tricky price action. So this not, you know, anticipating, this deeper pullback here that did not happen is bullish. So unless it happens right here, but when you're looking at price action and you're seeing, a potential, let's say, short move coming out of here, and instead buyers start pushing it up, sometimes the bias that you have is based on what doesn't happen rather than just looking at it from what does happen. Normally you'd be looking at this kind of move right here as a potential, large pullback move that could happen that hasn't happened yet. But the start of sellers taking temporary control over this thing, now that we come up to these kind of levels, we look like we're rejecting, we look like we might be coming down, and we immediately push back through and break these highs. Basically not doing what you anticipate it to do if we are bearish or if we are going back for a pullback, can be an extremely bullish move. So I'm kind of thinking we might squeeze through all this and go hit this level up here. We're breaking above that 25,100 again, looking like buyers getting aggressive. We've got aggressive buyers from 25.99 up to 105. Passive sellers from 25.90 and 25.80 are getting their heads taken off right now. Hey, what's up, Jabril? Thanks for the follow and welcome. Good afternoon. This little snapshot of price action is a really good example of how just being on the right side of the trade or price action or control is really important. You know, before I was in a long here and everything looked short and I was like, this looks like I'm about to lose. I held on to it. But you can see anywhere in here, if you're short, you're profitable. And anywhere in here, if you're long, you're profitable. That's just a good example that like trying to understand when there's been a shift from sellers to buyers is a really good thing to focus on as a trader. Hey, what's up, Jabril? I'm doing well. How are you? If you're feeling feisty, you could add around here for potential breakout. A little bit of resistance here. That squeeze did not happen as anticipated. Kind of expected that to move pretty quickly up here. We didn't do that. We got rejected up here again. So if we get rejected up here, maybe we get a shallow pullback and then we go. Starting my trading journey, still learning the basics. But I do just like to get up and look at how experienced people look at the market. Copy that, Jabril. How new are you? And are you trading futures? What kind of stage of the learning process are you? We got aggressive buyers up here above 112. Looking pretty decent for that squeeze to happen now. I'm still doing a little troubleshooting over here. I'm fairly new. I've learned like ICT methods like equilibrium and fair value gaps, but I don't know what to really stick to. I've been waking up and studying futures so far, like just the simple Nasdaq and S&P. Yeah, I'm trading the Nasdaq right now. As far as ICT goes, I think you can get some good stuff from ICT. I think one of the challenges if you're just learning ICT is that you have a hard time deciphering what's going to work and what's not. You know, if you're looking at every single fair value gap as a potential entry, it's probably not going to do you any justice. So I think, you know, having a good understanding of ICT concepts, supply and demand, and order flow is, you know, they're complementary, I would say. Looking at order flow, checking out the volume profile, you can get confluence, you know, for areas that are going to be impactful. High volume nodes, low volume nodes, value area low, value area high, point of control, and then historical, looking at those levels historically as well, like previous day, previous week, I think can be helpful. Just to give you a little bit of guidance, in addition to you learning ICT, I know that a lot of people, including myself, when I started looking into ICT, was trying to look at the chart and see where does price react. And you can see that there are a lot of reactions that happen within fair value gaps, for instance, but you'll also notice there are a lot of non-reactions in fair value gaps. So how do you decipher, what's going to be important to you and what's not? And I would say order flow will give you a good understanding of what you can see behind the candles. And I think that is important for you to understand how volume actually moves the market. Where if you're subscribing to everything that ICT says, he's leading you down the wrong path, in my opinion, because he's going to tell you that volume doesn't matter and it's all about structure. That's just not true. It's just not true. The number one thing that is, number one component of the market moving in directions is volume. So I would say pair, what you're learning, with ICT with volume analysis, and you'll be much better off than just ignoring volume. I don't think ignoring volume helps anybody. So that's kind of the advice I would give you specifically for, how you should utilize ICT concepts. I think in conjunction with other ideas and concepts to help you. I love to see it. So my automated trade took profit and then went to break even. I love to see that. We're getting there. Um, I'm being very careful. I took a couple big losses. I'm being very careful, trying to protect profits and also trying not to be too invested in today's price action. We've got a lot, I think, happening in the news, and I think at any moment this thing could switch direction. So, um, I've had a great week already, and now I need to, protect it. It's kind of the way I'm feeling about it. Also, Jabril, and anybody else that's new to trading, I would recommend you trade with small size. Don't go out swinging, for home runs. It's kind of like if, when you're new at baseball, um, you want to go out to the batting cages, you want to practice before you're trying to, hit home runs. If you can consistently hit base hits, that's all you need to be successful at trading. Base hits and not dumb moves. Yeah, for sure. And ICT was mainly just the start for me because there was like that huge wave of people learning it. I personally have not entered any trades yet. I do have the demo account first, but I really just want to make a strategy, stick to it, and test it. I've never had the idea of using AI at all, though, funny enough. I think AI can help you a lot if you use it in the right way. That's how I feel about it. And what do I mean by using it in the right way? Not relying on it to make decisions for you, but relying on it to make things like back testing easier for you. You can't trust it with 100% certainty. You have to grill it, and you have to make sure that what it's telling you is correct. either by manually checking it or by making it go through rigorous testing. Don't just believe what it spits out. And if you're going to use AI, use data. Like don't just have it. Don't say, "Hey, go research the Nasdaq and give me some trades or something." You have to feed it data. So feed it open, high, low, close candles or order flow, but you got to give it a baseline to go off of, or else it'll probably just make up shit. This is all, it's not AI, it's data driven, but I made it all with AI. Reversal pressure incoming, expect down. I don't know if I believe this, but let's see how it plays out. This also says reversal forming. We essentially we got divergence between volume and price right now. I think what's happening is very tough to read because even when you're looking at it on the footprint chart, when I see stuff like this, that means we got a passive seller here, we got a passive seller over here. When I see stuff like that, typically I'm thinking, okay, sellers are trying to hold this down. We could be accumulating on top to pack the bags to make a move down. And what you'll notice is in strong, um, biased moves like this, it'll just plow through these sellers like they're nothing. So, well, I think what Cypher was saying there is true. We have a lot of absorption up here, a lot of absorption. We got a divergence. Um, we should see prices fall. I think that fall might be short lived because it's tough to read this kind of price action when it's just up, up, up. Normally, you would see that kind of absorption on top, and then you would see a bigger retracement. But right now, we're just plowing through. We're grinding. I think it's a tough read. Jabril, okay, for sure. What specific AI do you use? I'm still using the simple chat GPT, but I definitely want to try some other ones. I would definitely try out Claude. Claude Code in particular, if you want to build stuff. If you don't have a desire to build things, then ChatGPT should be fine. Or potentially Codex with ChatGPT, which is like the Claude Code version of ChatGPT, which I haven't personally used, but I've heard some good things said about it. I think Coda wants to come say hi. Hey, what's up? What's up, Mars? What, guys? Guys? Oh, good boy. Mars will come say hi. What's up, bud? Is he going in? All right. Go ahead. Okay, so this is also kind of a new thing that I added here to this, which I think is really helpful. So let's say I want it to analyze, let's say price from 1143 down at this dip. Actually, let's just go from this bottom here. I'm going to go from 1054 to 1 p.m. So here's what I'm going to say. Analyze price. Analyze the footprint order flow from 10, what did I say? 1055? 1051. Say 1050. Basically, what I'm telling it to do is take a look at the price action or take a look at the order flow that happens between these times. Analyze what's happening behind the scenes so that we can save it for later, so we can do a deeper dive on this particular piece of price action so that we can learn from it, so that next time we see this kind of order flow happening and price action, we can potentially be prepared for a push up. So I think it's important to get information from AI, but it's also important that you utilize AI in a way where you can have it learn. So here's the observations it had. Initial flush phase, price drops, extreme selling pressure, key insight, absorption at the bottom, the critical inversion. And I have all this stuff tagged. So I have all my data, and then I enrich the data by tagging things like trap sellers, extreme selling pressure, and all of these are defined. Buyers absorb the flush. Let's see what it says. Consolidation, passive, seller trap. Plowing through passive. passive seller signature, visible, buyer's lifting offer, control shift absent, final trap, sellers are exhausted, momentum flush. All right, so now I want to tell it to save this. So yeah, that's one of the things I just added so that as I'm seeing stuff happen, instead of like at the end of the day saying, this was interesting, I want it to learn from whatever just happened, just tell it in the moment, like analyze this and then save it. And then, so this guy that I'm talking to is kind of a fast response guy, but what I would, the process I'm thinking of is save this for further analysis. And then at the end of the day, like when I'm wrapping up and I essentially do an end of day review, then I will have the smartest AI model analyze this price action as well. Let's see how it plays out. The order flow observations are still on the idea that we could have a reversal inbound. And that reversal, I think, if I were to take a guess, would be a potential just retrace, not a full on reversal, but just a pullback. So same thing on this side. It's just mirrored. here, like if you were trying to buy this up, like I was, you don't get any reward whatsoever. Here, as people are trying to short this, no reward whatsoever. I mean, look at the amount of pullbacks we have in here, very, very minimal. This was the most significant one, and it happened, what, 100 points ago? Other than that, it's every pullback that happens is like 10 points, and then it just goes up. So it just goes back to, you know, the concept of being on sides, you know, with your trades. If you're going again, and I'm not saying you always have to be with the trend, because there are counter trends moves to be had as well. You know, like this one right here, counter trend move. At this point, this is still counter trend. Here's where it starts turning into, you know, actually being on sides with a potential trend or reversal. But being on sides of whatever the momentum shift is and not trading pullbacks. Because if you're going long on here, you get a pullback, and most likely you're still holding it, and then it comes back and stops you out. Same thing here. If you're going short here, if you're going short here, you're going short here, you're getting stopped out when it comes back up. Obviously, you can't always, sometimes you got to take some losses to know where you're wrong. But it's a really important thing, you know, to make sure that you're actually on sides with who's in control. So I think what I'm going to do, I don't know, I might give this a couple more bars here to potentially grind down and potentially pop up. But I'll probably move my stop up now, at the very least right here. I'm not going to do that on my bot trade. I'll let that play out. Okay, so I kind of like what was spit out by Cypher here. So we've had this reversal forming for a minute. But here, near term up negative delta suggests pullback imminent. Bar 1256 rejection is your warning. Do not add longs above 25,155. I like that. That's useful, actionable items. So it's basically saying don't add up here. Wait, you got a pullback incoming. And we did have a pullback incoming. I wouldn't call it a reversal, but I like that it said at the end there, pullback imminent, not reversal. Let's see. All right. So kind of reaching a level right under this 30, maybe around 20 to 25, could potentially add here. I'm going to run to the restroom real quick. I'll be right back. Not gonna lie, I've definitely thought about creating a poly market trading bot. Um, might be a project I'm adding to the list. So for the time being, looks like sellers have control over this. Might be anticipating a revisit down here, but I am watching this. Low volume node right here matches up with this fair value gap. So we want to watch what's happening right here. Do we have buyers defending this? I'm going to add right there. It looks like it could be a possibility that buyers are defending this area and we could push back up. We got support here at 125. This support could get blown through, but for now, we got 91 contracts absorbed in passive buying. I'm going to add one more right there. Now I'll cover just under the low of this candle for now. At least one I'll take off if we break this low. Probably the next one under here, so I'm not risking a ton. I'll probably just close out the second one here if we come down here. If we break below here and start coming down, it's probably likely that we're coming down to here. Or potentially I could see maybe around here, right where my price is. But essentially, if I'm adding, I want to make sure that I'm not adding risk. I've been in this trade with one, been in profit for what, about an hour? And sometimes adding can get you into trouble if you're adding at the wrong time. It looks like my ad could work out and I'll be fine and these stops will be fine. But if it comes down and it wants to slam down, I don't want to be caught with my pants down with a higher price up here and then lose money on a trade that I've been in profit for an hour with. Looking like it's definitely possible we're coming down for a new low. One of the reasons I spread out my stops like that too is so I'm not completely out of the trade, but it reduces my risk. Now up here, we're back up here again. We swept this low. I could add if I want to. I'm going to wait. Losing a little bit of faith in this area holding. Might be coming down here. Seeing some absorption happening on the bottom at 122 and 126. Passive buyers. So I think there's still a shot that we could be holding price up from here. I probably need to require more out of price before I start adding. Unfortunately, it'll mess with my price now. So if I put like a buy stop above here, for instance, this could be a nice add up here and just requiring a little bit more from it, but it also could put you in a bad place because you're adding higher than trying to catch the low. I'm going to take off that buy stop. I'm just going to wait. Just watch this. For now, it looks like we're still messing around in this gap and we haven't actually rejected. Not seeing aggressive buyers just yet. I'll probably add once I see some aggression coming in, but I don't see it just yet. Okay, so I have to say I'm not upset about Cypher telling me we got a reversal forming. And pullback imminent is what it said. Can't be upset about that. I'm watching this still. I think we could still reject from here and bounce. So I'm watching carefully. Again, the missing component was aggressive buyers. We got some support down here, 125, support at 122, support at 118. We just didn't have any aggressive buyers after that. So I'm going to sit out here for a second. Looking at this area as a potential rejection area as well, right here. Watching here, 25, 110. We got a big passive seller that just popped in at 112. So still holding off. We got evidence against a bullish move right here. So similar to what we were looking at when we were coming down over here, want to wait for that definitive turning point. Starting to look a little bit better. Little bit of aggression coming out of here, but again, we got passive selling at 112. So if we start breaking up above 112 and holding with aggressive buyers, it could be good, but I don't like that these guys are here trying to hold price down while I'm trying to go long. I would rather not see that. If anything, it's kind of looking like over here when we were grinding down. Some aggressive buyers coming in at 14, 15. So let's see if this results in a pop from 15, I might be interested in taking it long. All right, I'm in. Down at 25, 112, might add. Looking like this could be early. Looking like that pop was a little fake out. Might be looking at this area down here for a potential, whoa. All right, low, or my stop going at the low of that candle. That was a big flush. Let's see how we react here. if that was a liquidity grab or it ends up being intention. All right. So 25,112 again is where we had passive sellers previously. Let's see what happens when we get up there. Seeing a little bit of support down here at 100. Would like to see us get up above 25,112. Right now, looking like bears might have control of this. Bigger initiative push here, I would say. Going down. Here's where I would say is kind of like last ditch effort for buyers to retake control of this. Staying under around 25,100 is bearish. So I'll probably start getting out of this. This might be a full-on reversal. Might have to adapt. I didn't adapt over here. Try to hold for the long. I'll give this to here. Not there. So this is kind of looking like, what Cypher was saying here. Absorption up here, absorption up here, absorption up here. And then finally we either do a deeper pullback or a reversal. I'm not sure yet. Copy that. A little bit of aggression. Still kind of unsure if sellers are going to bring this lower or not. Hanging out under 25,100, still bearish. Yep, sure is. Looks like it's due for a move up. Buyers, you can see, having a hard time moving this anywhere. So it's kind of looking like sellers have control over this. For how long is the question, right? Probably just need to get out of this. Yeah. I believe I just got downgraded. I believe no, this one's out too. That should have canceled that. Got to fix that. All right. So, are we dumping is the question. I put a poll up. Let me know what you think. If you're looking short or long off of this. For Ozzy, short. Yeah, it's looking kind of from this point on. Sellers have control right here. Seeing a little bit of support here at 25.90. I'm going to give it long a shot. Was seeing a little bit of aggression on the buy side down here. Looks like it's fizzling out a little bit. So I don't know. This might not work out. But logic here was if buyers are maintaining control here, we get a pullback and we get this deeper pullback. This is the initiation move. that led to the break up here. So these guys, I would imagine, are strong. We did not break this low. We tapped VWAP. So a couple of things in confluence. Also have a long setup in here. So could be wrong, but it was looking a little bouncy. Ah, shit. I didn't mean to do that. I'm going to close out this one. Hopefully I can get a break even. I didn't mean to put it on this account. This is my bot account. Looks like sellers still pushing this thing down. Still iffy on this. I don't like this this candle up here. It looks like we rejected. Looks like it might want to come down for some lower prices. Let's see. Tricky price action. Kind of mixed feelings on what I'm seeing on the order flow down here on the footprint. Not, it doesn't look great kind of in for either direction. Let's see if I can get out of this break even on my other account. Oh, yep. I'm going to break even on this. I just don't know how I feel about this. If we can clear 25,100, then I'll feel better about it. I don't know. Maybe we're due for a dump. I might be interested in taking a short. All right. I'm flipping. I think this could get tricky. After this candle coming up here and us not dropping, losing a little faith in this as well. This might have been the sweep that buyers needed to start pushing this thing up. If that's the case, I'll flip again. This is tricky price action. Kind of looking like buyers might have this now. Let me just give it a second. I don't want to flip again and then have it go down. But this is looking a little bullish now. Passive seller here at 25.88. Let's see, do we pop up above it and hold or reject and start moving down? It's kind of looking like we might pop up above it. I think this could be really tricky here. So I don't know. Instead of flipping back and forth, you might just want to sit out. Yeah, this is wild. This is nasty price action right here. Just in this consolidation, this is clean. This is clean, but right in here is pretty gross. It's looking a little squeezy. I'm looking at this sweep down here and looking at the price action resulting from this sweep, and it's looking bullish. When we were doing this sweep, all of this was looking bearish, right? And looks like sellers were in control here. We swept it. I went short immediately. We started reversing. We had a couple freak out candles here, and now everything is looking like we got the potential to squeeze. At least that's how I'm reading it. Same thing earlier this day, right at 80 and 100. Sorry, Iger, what are you referring to? 80 and 100? You talking about like in here? Oh yeah. Yep. And right now, like this is looking like it could come back down here, but let's see if it continues to get lifted. That's what I'm seeing, and that's kind of what I was seeing in here was that it looked like there was a directional shift after we swept this low here. Anytime we try and pull back, it gets pushed back up and gets lifted. Kind of thinking we're going up now. And I don't know for how long, but it's looking like buyers took control. Not super strong though. That's, always the key component. If we want to get expansion, we got to have aggressive buyers, and we don't have aggressive buyers yet. We have buyers defending, but we don't have buyers getting aggressive. Here are a few buyers getting aggressive. Over 25,100 is where I want to see the buyers really get aggressive. A little stuff there. I think I just need to hold on to this and let it play out. Real spook, those aren't my real goals. I have that up for optics. But if you're asking why not protect my profits and just stop trading, it's definitely a possibility. I'll tell you this much. I mean, there have been times where like I hit 5K or something on a Tuesday and I dig into it. But there are also times when I hit 5K on a Tuesday and then I end the week at, 13K. So if I had stopped last night at 5K at an arbitrary number, um, sure. So if I had stopped at 5K last night, though, I wouldn't have made an extra 7. But if you're asking the question, when is enough enough? I mean, everybody's got to make that decision on their own. I'm taking how much of it is real and how much is not. About half, so about 6K in funded. And right now, it's like, yeah, I mean, I'm working on evals, and it doesn't. If I end up blowing an eval or something, I really don't care. I'll be honest. I mean, yeah, it's about building good trading behavior, so on and so forth. But I'm just kind of at the point right now, with the way I trade, and I can trade evals all day long and not get mad or not get upset if I like don't make progress, or if I blow an eval or something like that. But I mean, it's a really good question for everybody to answer. When is enough enough? Because there have been plenty of times where I'm over my daily goal. Like, let's say I'm at like 1500, and then I will trade that all the way back to break even. So I mean, it's always good to keep that top of mind. Am I at risk right now for doing that? No, absolutely not. I'm trading this account and I'm letting my bot trade the other account. So that's the way I like. I'm not putting much at risk right now. And I think it's also easy to like, like I can flip flop in here and still be objective. You know what I mean? So if you're seeing me flip flop in here and it looks like I'm just like randomly like freaking out and flip flopping, I mean, I'm flip flopping for a reason. And I'm able to get a little bit flustered in here and flip flop and still make decent decisions that are based on what I'm seeing. Um, if that's what you're worried about, like me tilting or something. Um, I'm addicted to trading, but the moment I've made several K in a few days, I'm a happy camper, and I'll take a few days off, enjoy the P, come back more refreshed next week, opposed to continuously grinding. If you catch my drift, I mean, I'm somebody who likes to sit in front of the charts and do my thing, and especially because I stream with you guys, I got to be honest, like I like being here and streaming and not taking days off. Um, yeah, I mean, should I probably have in the back of my mind that like I trade because I want to free up time? Yeah, absolutely. That's one of the things I'm, you know, pursuing with taking some of the pressure off by creating an automated trading bot. So I could be away for the day and still be making money. But it's part of, so trading by, like if I were trading by myself, um, there are probably a lot of days where I would be okay with trading for 2 hours, trading for an hour or something like that. Um, I go to bed and wake up with charts, but I don't always feel like taking a risk if I don't have to. Yeah, sure. Um, so the point I was making is that like if I wasn't streaming, there are probably days where I would probably trade for 30 minutes, get a nice chunk, and then be cool with it, and then take the rest of the day. When I started streaming, it was for accountability and also because I find satisfaction out of being able to take what I've learned and help other people who are trying to do this trading thing because it's difficult. It's really hard. And so I don't look at trading as just, a me thing. I look at it as like I want to help people because it's difficult and I know the kind of pain that people have to go through to be able to be successful at trading. So yeah, that probably puts a little more risk on my plate, but you know, I think I manage my risk pretty damn well, to be honest. I've gotten to the point I feel like where my I risk my money in a healthy way. And again, if I was trading just for myself, probably no big deal. But I've kind of, made it I've always been, the type of person that wants to have like a higher goal in mind, and part of that higher goal is helping people. Looks like we could have a potential reversal here that comes down and goes for lower prices. I'm gonna watch it right here, but that's what it's looking like right now. But I could see this just popping, basically coming down here, faking everybody out into taking this short and then popping. Could see that. And real spook. Also, one thing I would add to that is like, so are you familiar with Tom Hugard? He's the guy who wrote that book that I recommend. Um, Best Loser Wins. Yeah, it's TOMH. It's like HOUGAARD, I think. But anyway, he's a high stakes trader, so he trades huge size. And his what he tries to do in every trade that starts working out for him is safely put on more risk and more risk and more risk and more risk, increasing size. So leaning into those times when you're doing well instead of taking the foot off the gas. And I subscribe to that for sure. If there's good price action, for instance, like when gold was at all-time highs, I was pushing it hard. And um I had a really huge week because I pushed it hard, and if I stopped and said this is enough, um, I would never see the top end of my P&L. I could potentially go up at in a linear fashion, but in those times when either the market is good, um, or you need more exposure to the market to find better opportunities, I think there is more progression and power and being able to watch the market, trade the market, stay relatively safe. But when the opportunity arises, be there to put your foot on the gas so that you have asymmetrical, um, explosive growth during those times rather than just constantly plateauing and then stopping, then plateauing, then stopping. Finding moments and have it be intentional that you don't stop when you're good as out of principle. You can stop if you start performing really poorly, for instance, as long as you're managing your risk. And I think for beginner traders, for sure, do that. Like, have a goal and hit $100 a day and hit that $100, especially if you have trouble stopping. Um, but I think as you mature in your trading career, you'll find that having arbitrary stopping points is not what separates good traders from the average trader. And I just mean in general, when you talk to successful traders, one of the biggest differentiators that they will tell you change their trading career is they'll have days, weeks, or months that will make their whole year. And I think that's a really important aspect of trading that's not focused on, especially as a newer trader. You kind of get it stuck in your head that there comes a time where you stop. Enough is enough. And I think for a lot of the time that's the case. But sometimes if you have the right market conditions, you put your foot on the gas and you don't let off. And those are the times where you can have a 40K day. Even higher. So anyway, I think that, the question is certainly valid. Why not be happy with what you got? And it's not about greed, it's about playing the game correctly, in my opinion. If you want to play the game correctly, and have longevity in trading, you can't just you've got to double down sometimes. And like when the odds are in your favor, that's when you double down, you triple down. Yeah, check it out. I think it's a really good book. Yeah. And look, like I'm also saying there's nothing wrong with knowing yourself. If you think you're at risk, like yesterday, I was at risk. I was getting pissed off at the market. And when I start getting pissed off at the market is when I need to get away from the charts. So if you know yourself really well and know that you're at risk, I think it's probably a good, good to get out. I think this is questionable here. There's also, I'll also say this. There are a lot of people, I think, that would say something along the lines of, if you get stopped out, don't try the trade again. I don't subscribe to that either. Where it could look like you're being hasty, it looks like you're maybe lacking control. I think there are plenty of times where you get stopped out and you get right back in, like I just did here. And it's not reckless. It's because I've seen enough times where if I believe this trade is correct and I get stopped out really quickly like that you can get back in and make the trade profitable. Same thing down here with like flipping, right? So I was trying to figure out which direction is this going. After we push up like this and then have this big push down, I'm thinking, okay, this is going down. But then as soon as we come back in and we start building and building, and it's very subtle what we're doing. And then especially after this and we come back down, it's very subtle. But when you've observed the market for a long time and you can start to see subtleties in the way price action moves and seeing it in order flow down here, flipping your bias, which I did not do over here. When we were coming down, I was like, this looks like it's going short, but I'm going to hold it. And I held it and I got stopped out. I think sometimes to people, when you're flip-flopping in areas like here, like this, it can look irresponsible. And sometimes I am irresponsible. Sometimes I'm very irresponsible. But I know that probably, and I appreciate your feedback, Real Spook, because I know that you've mentioned before, why don't you take a break or whatever, reset, and I certainly appreciate those reminders. And in this situation, I think it's probably important for you to to understand that when I'm flip-flopping in here, it's not because I'm panicking, it's because I am getting more information in the moment, um, and I'm using that information to make, decisions, as opposed to doing it because I'm panicking. Okay, copy that, real spook, that would be dope. So right now would be, if you're feeling feisty, a breakout area you could add at. So you could add right here if you're feeling feisty. I like my price, but I think I would rather wait and see if we can pull back rather than take a breakout ad. But let's see. Also, another thing that allows you to be nimble, like switching directions, getting back in after you get stopped out, is not trading with huge size. I don't trade with huge size. And I intentionally don't trade with huge size so that I can have the flexibility to do stuff like this, because I'm wrong. I'm wrong frequently. And if I'm wrong frequently, I don't want to be punished. I'm not the type of person that like wants to take one trade a day and be good. It's just not my style. And I discovered that very early on in trading, that my style of trading typically is going to be mini entries per day. Um, it would drive me nuts if I took one trade, and if I lost that trade, I stop and close the charts for the day. And I know for a lot of people that works for them, probably because they're trading with larger size, and that's totally fine. As long as you're managing your risk, and that's how people manage their risk. They will catch one trade with large size, or they lose and then they shut down the charts. You might say that's a better quality of life, that you get to have it one shot. For me, it wouldn't be. I would probably be miserable saying, I shouldn't have fucked that up. I took one trade, I lost. I want another shot at it. I don't want to have to sit on the bench the whole rest of the day. And the fact of the matter is that sometimes the market is going to be in your favor. Sometimes the conditions are going to be favorable for the way you trade. Sometimes they're not. And if you happen to catch a bad trade because you're sized up and you have to stop, that to me is like, you know, one strike, you're out for the day. Now, how am I going to be productive throughout the rest of the day? Like, I also am a firm believer in, like, not to the point of torturing yourself, but giving yourself enough exposure to the market and analyzing price action, looking at order flow, being able to recognize patterns in your own way, in your own time, over the course of years and years and years of exposure, is going to give you a lot better of a read on what's going on, like on a day-to-day basis, rather than looking at it for an hour every day. And that's me. I mean, I feel like sometimes, like, the people who look at it for an hour a day and then stop for the rest of the day, um, maybe they found a system that works for them. They can look at it for an hour and be like, "This market's not for me. I'm not going to trade it." Kudos to them. For me, like, I want to see what's going on, and if there's an opportunity, I want to have it. And probably to the point of overworking, myself, and that's just kind of who I am. I overwork. I get really invested, in stuff, and I spend a lot of extra time, and that's one of the things I want to focus on, is not doing that. And that is one of those times when is enough enough? And I would say it's enough is enough when it starts impacting your personal relationships. Um, you know, I get obsessed with projects, like I'm working on all this stuff for trading, and I will get obsessed with it to the point where, like, it's all I want to do because I find it productive and I like being productive. Um, of course, I still make time for everything else, but yeah, I mean, I could make more time for that, more time for my friends, more time for, hiking, being outdoors, more time for taking the initiative to do, super nice, involved romantic things for my significant other. So those are things that I would say, I could that's when, making that judgment call, when is enough, I think makes sense, at least for me. Fed minutes, vast majority of participants viewed upside risk to inflation and downside risk to employment uh, as elevated, for sure. Okay, so definitely watching this area and here to see, do we expand through this, or are we finding some resistance up here for a potential reversal? Getting up into this zone right here, which is a previous setup this morning, anticipating a little resistance up here. Watching this here, does this hold for support? I'm going to get out at half if it breaks below this low right here. Yeah, I hear this. The past couple weeks has been a really, really great example of that. Looking for a pullback to 25,120 and holding. I think if we start breaking down below 25,120, this whole move might be at risk. Frazi, you try to listen to your emotions, how I'm feeling to determine if it's time to stop. Some days that's early or take a break and come back, or an extended session. When I feel off is when I screw it up. 100%. Yep. And you gotta be able to really get in tune with when you start getting triggered. Like yesterday, I ended the stream abruptly because I was like, if I keep going, I'm gonna start blowing shit up. And um if you start saying stuff out loud or thinking that stuff, like, I've talked about this a couple times. You start cussing at the market. That's probably a first indication that you need to take a break, or else something it'll escalate is what it comes down to. And if you start feeling that way, run away from the charts. If you're still composed, and you're finding the market to be tricky, maybe you just need to watch. But going into a day already knowing that you're at a disadvantage. All right, so my thought was if we start breaking down from 120, this could be a shift. I'm going to put a stop right here. But going into a trading day, understanding that you're already easily frustrated, it's a really quick way to get a handle on the things that cause you tilt. Like if you can recognize that early. Oh, 100% Frazi, overconfidence. It's the boom and bust cycle. You get big wins, you become confident, and you might over risk. I think for a lot of people, overconfidence shows itself in their trading differently. But I think a lot of people kind of share the common reaction to overconfidence and oversizing, over trading, and then essentially what happens is like when you have that kind of confidence and you start maybe you take a couple losses, eventually what happens, I'm gonna take one more out of here. What eventually happens is that you get overconfident about the idea that you can't continue to lose. A lot of people I think share that. Is that you go on a hot streak and then you start losing and then you're like, this can't be. I was so hot just now. And then you keep going in, you keep oversizing. You're like, it has to hit now. It doesn't ever have to hit. One time I was playing blackjack and I lost 32 hands in a row. And the odds of that happening are damn low, but it happened. And same thing will happen in trading, like sometimes you'll go on a hot streak and then you'll lose, 6, 7, 8 trades in a row. And statistically speaking, it shouldn't really happen depending on, what strategies you're using. But, I think it's a very realistic thing that people have to deal with. And when those losing streaks happen, it's tough, but you can't, if you're sized up massively and you have to take 8 losses in a row, you're probably at risk for blowing your account. And I've been there for sure. Now, I think the sweet spot is to be able to trade small size and then you size up when you feel confident about a move so that you can, and of course, sometimes it's going to go in the wrong direction and that sucks, but you want to emphasize your wins and de-emphasize your losses. And you want to be able to survive to play the game. How many times have you guys been in a trade, or let's say for instance right here, you're trying to take this long here, you're trying to take it long here, you're trying to take it long here, you're trying to take it long here, and it does this move, you blow your account or you hit your max daily loss, and then and then this happens. It's happened to me so many times. I could never count that. So while the best, case scenario is you're not trying to take it long in these areas, inevitably there will be times where you read price action incorrectly. You take it wrong and long in these areas, and then eventually the move ends up playing out. And in those situations, I would say if you can't refrain from taking these positions or you don't, the next best thing is make sure that these are not sized up big. We're moving against the grain right here. So size in small, size in small. And then when you have more confidence, then increase your size. But that allows you to survive so that you're not taken completely out with max daily loss here so that you can try and actually capture a good move. That's a deep retracement there. I would typically want to buy that, but I'm not sure if we're going to continue going down. We got news happening right now. Look at that. Gavin, no, I wasn't talking about you. We've just been talking about psychology and trading. That's funny, but I guess it's applicable. All right. I don't know if we're having news now. Let me see. That should have triggered an entry in here. Oh, copy that, Jan. Have a good one, brother. I know, but it sounds like me. That's funny. Yeah, no, honestly, I wasn't. I was not even thinking about you. But yes, you're right. It does sound like you. I'm a little upset. I do like this long setup here, but I'm trying to troubleshoot my bot. I got a trigger to enter, but for you guys that use NinjaTrader, man, every once in a while, like a strategy that you have on your chart will just disable. And so my strategy that's on this chart right here that is supposed to control my entries just got disabled like randomly. It happens whenever you like refresh any of your indicators. It's a very annoying thing. So I'm thinking about maybe taking my executions off of NinjaTrader and putting it into Trade of 8 API. Frazi, if you get 77, you're selling half. Nice. I think I'm going to hold for this TP up here. See if we can get back up here. That would be great. I'm going to add right there. Yeah, I agree, Gavin. That candle down was pretty insane. Came back to this long setup kind of perfectly. Otherwise, I probably would be waiting here to see if this comes and slams back into it. But the fact that I had a long setup here, I think, gave me confidence to just jump in. No, I did not. In Discord or in here? Before Frazi. I was watching. Oh, there we go. I was watching the secretary speak, and someone said there were reports of broken ceasefire, and she said she had to confirm it. So maybe that. Um, I mean, the news I've been seeing has been. Let me check it out. I don't know where my news. There it is. Iran's parliament speaker bilateral ceasefire or negotiations is unreasonable. Before that, earlier this morning, there were so many mixed signals here is kind of just what it comes down to. But we're preparing heavy response to Israel's attack on Lebanon. That was at 10:14. Saudi oil pipeline damage said to be limited after drone strike. Kuwait fires broke out in some of these sites. So it's like we're getting so many different mixed signals here. To me, this is all bearish, but we got to trade what we see, and while I have a bearish bias on what's happening, that doesn't mean that price is going to go straight down as we've seen the past couple weeks. So yeah, I mean, I think we're getting a lot of mixed signals. But yeah, appreciate that heads up, Gavin. Kind of look like this is having some trouble up here, getting above VWAP right here. Let's see what this candle does. Can we break above here, or do we come up here and get hit in the head with the hammer to smash it back down? Looking a little bearish here. Let me take a look at the footprint. Yeah, the only thing I'm seeing around here, let me show you guys what I'm seeing. Passive selling, passive selling, passive selling, passive selling. Support, just limited aggression and limited support. So this is looking bearish right now. If this pops up right here, that would be kind of the first indication that buyers are interested. For now, it's kind of looking like this could see a lower price. I think after this move down, um, everything is leaning short right now. This move would have to go take out this high for me to start feeling really bullish about it. Otherwise, I think lower prices are inbound, a potential retracement, and then lower prices could be inbound. Right now, it's looking like a little rejection up here at VWAP. I might take a break even on this if I can get it. Essentially, this did not do what I was anticipating. I was anticipating a quick recovery, not this grind up in here and then rejection. So I think I'm going to get out. If we start recovering and taking out some of these levels, maybe an entry above VWAP. For the time being, I didn't love it. Looks like buyers are pushing up against the ceiling here. We might get a break. Getting slammed back down. I think I'm just going to watch during this consolidation. $11:30 to 14:30. Let's check this out.
Let's test it. Expect bounce, not further breakdown, is what it's saying. Let's see. I like testing it. I'm not necessarily using it for like trade ideas, but what I want to know is that it is able to read order flow accurately. Able to show that? Oh, sorry about that. Yep. Key findings. The drop is a flush, not a reversal. This is a trapped long liquidation. Well, I can zoom in and then you guys can read it. Trapped longs are being shaken out. I'll read the headlines and then you guys can dig into this shit if you want to. 61 points of trap momentum liquidation. Absorption at 14.18 shows sellers stepping in hard, not panic selling. Current status 13 points above initial balance low. Cumulative delta. Sellers exhausted but still holding. Last bars show BD flattening. What the fuck is BD flattening? Buyer dominance. Loss of seller momentum. Expect bounce, not further breakdown. Why? High initiative absorption at 14.18. Smart money buying the flush. No sustained breakdown below key support levels. Cumulative delta is bottoming. Sellers are exhausted. Trap shorts. Rally have room to cover. Next move. S3 long setup is live. Look for reversal bounce into 25.80. Do not chase shorts. This flush was a trap, not a reversal. Cumulative delta breaks further negative and price tags IB low with high initiative selling. Reversals thesis invalidates. Monitor next 2 to 3 bars for absorption strength. So let's see. I was definitely correct about this. As we were moving up, I asked it to analyze price from here to here. And it was saying price is about to reverse. So right now, the main way that I'm using this like chat feature is like I'll tell it to look at something like I just did, and then tell it to save it so that we can go and look back and see if it was right. So at the end of the day, everything that I save, like when I ask it a question and I say save that, it'll save it into a file. And then at the end of the day, and this automatically happens, by the way, at the end of the day, when I'm doing my like end of day review, which the end of day review will record the trade outcomes and it will review what I told Cypher to save. and then it'll do a deeper dive into what took place, what Cypher thought was going to happen, and then what actually took place, so that it can record the outcome and then record the order flow signatures for correlation. Say for instance, it was observing all these things and the opposite thing happens. Well, now it's going to essentially remember that these are the signatures that happened that led you to believe we were going to bounce from here, but we actually didn't bounce. So then it's not like it would take that as the gospel, but it would be one data point out of thousands. And then eventually, if you gather enough data points, like this, for instance, everything that happened in here that led to a reversal, if we see that enough times, then we'll start being able to create trade ideas out of this, like what's happening here. Yeah, I'll keep asking questions like that when we're not super sure on what's going on. I would say, we don't want to give it a ton of confidence, but it's making objective calls based on order flow data. It's well, let me put it this way: it's taking in data and then forming an opinion based off of objective data. So digging into here, I'm kind of anticipating a new low. But if we stop just short of this low, I might be interested in taking a long. All right, we took that low. I'm going to try a long here. And I'm just going to place my stop where my setup says to place it. It's way down here. That's okay. I got 2 on. I love it. Okay. Look at that. I'm like a proud dad. My bot entered this trade. Looking like we're not getting much of a reaction here out of buyers. This is the first sign of potential buyers defending right here, this absorption. So one thing about the bot entering, as soon as it touches like a zone edge, it leaves a little bit on the table for if we get a reversal, let's say from the bottom end. But like I said, I did back test it, and just entering immediately has had the best results so far. I'm probably still going to be working on optimizing entry triggers. For instance, so right now we have a low score. So like if I pull this up and it looks like we're melting through this level, that would not be, that's not a great sign from an order flow perspective. But in here, so this is the trade that's active. You can see in here, it'll have a order flow score breakdown. I got to fix that. But essentially this one, if you look at that order flow, sorry, it keeps disappearing, but narrative trap against absorption building, low initiative narrative setup. So I have a bunch of different order flow, like I'll rank the order flow, and I could be entering based on order flow rank. So something like a 1 you don't enter on, but something like a 4 you enter on. That would be one way to clean up entries a little bit and provide a little bit more flexibility on entering in these setups rather than just on touch. It could be when you see this in this area, when you see absorption followed by aggression, followed by an increase in cumulative volume delta, then enter. But in the back test, it led to missed entries quite a bit. So probably just some fine tuning I would have to do. The reversal up. Oh, or maybe an add. Are you thinking about adding down here, Frazzy? Oh, I got you. Yeah. Yep. Exactly. That would probably be a good idea, to be honest. If you get the order flow confirmation, you add to the position. Yes, that's probably that would actually probably be a good thing to do, so you don't miss the entry, but you can get a good add in. For instance, like if we start showing signs of bullishness down here, then you add to the position. I think that makes sense. Yeah, I think that makes sense, Frazzy. I'll probably backtest that. Still looking a little dangerous. Like coming down here and potentially bouncing, that would be good, but coming down here and staying down here, a little bit concerning. Next area I could see us potentially hitting. Yeah, we got low volume all throughout here. And below. Let's take a look at the risk map really quickly. Zone 9 edge low break with 2+ consecutive 5-minute closes below 25,005 and negative cumulative volume delta. Buyers failed to defend gap structure. Gap fill scenario toward 24,926. Retest below is active. 24,926. 24,926, which is all the way down here. So essentially it's saying if we stay below 25,000, let's just call it 25,000, and have a two consecutive 5-minute closes below 25,000, it's looking like we're dumping. So let's see if this 25,000 holds. The difficult thing is to I think when you're using like I built this system to help me trade, stay on sides, to know like where like if we break below this level, where are we really at risk and when do we not want to continue longing? It's difficult to get to the point where you can trust your system, because if you're the one building your system, you know that you've got to go through a lot of shit for it to get good. As far as like the risk map goes over here, which is the notes on the battle map, you go down to the risk map. As far as that risk map goes, like the levels that I have, I'm very confident in, because I spent a shit ton of time refining those levels, and getting it to a point where I can trust when it says stuff like that. 2+ consecutive 5-minute closes below 25,005 will lead to a potential liquidation. Because you guys have seen my spreadsheet, it's got a shit ton of levels, and I spent a lot of time making sure that those are refined. So I've gotten to the point where I can trust my risk map. Now the setups back tested, with over 50% win rate and a nice profit factor, that's great. I still want to improve that more, but the risk map is easy to trust. We are at the value area low as well, so we got some nice confluence for a potential bounce here at 25,000. Still looking like we have some sellers in the game trying to push this down. To me, this candle still looks indicative of sellers maintaining control here. And if we are going to bounce from here, it looks like maybe we could get a flush and then a bounce. Also, another thing that I've learned just to do when you're watching levels like this is like when it's saying 2 consecutive 5-minute closes, that's acceptance. And acceptance, I think, is a huge thing that I don't know, maybe just not everybody is super familiar with, but not looking at a level in terms of breaking it or sweeping it, but looking at a level in terms of acceptance versus rejection. And I think that's a really huge concept. Are we, and in the context here, it's, are we holding under here and accepting under here, which is time spent under here? So it's looking like right now we're spending some time down here. But it's looking like maybe we have 1 5-minute close in here. Now we want to see, like, are we spending enough time? Are sellers pushing this hard enough to where we get another 5-minute close down here? If that's the case, we might be looking at a dump. Again, watching this area for buyers to be present. Do we have aggressive buyers, passive buyers in this location around 24,980? It's looking like we got a lot of sellers trying to push this thing down. This could be like the violence that ends the bears being in control. And we could get a potential bounce from here. Let's see. It's looking to me like this level that was supposed to provide support failed. And it's looking like sellers might be taking all these levels out. We might be dumping. That's what it looks like to me right now. And this time spent under 25,000, it's looking pretty significant right now. Which again, going back to the risk map, 24,926. Let's just mark it out. That's pretty interesting right here, huh? It's looking like we're just melting right here. Looking like this trade is going to get stopped out. Frazi, as opposed to adding automatically on high, middle, and low points on an entry range. Yeah, just add on that confirmation. Yeah, I like that. And I like being in it first because when I was having it add on order or try and enter on order flow, it was just taking too long. But being in and then getting order flow confirmation and then adding, I like that. Gavin, this fucking platform. What happened, dude? It's looking like sellers are driving this thing down. They're not going to slow down. Unfortunately, looking like taking an L. All right, stopped out there. It looks like the bot is still in just for a second. I think it's about to get stopped out right here. There it goes. Also, just, fair warning about setups like this. When we have news driving price action like we do right now, I just, these are going to be static setups that could be invalidated really quickly if we have news that goes against them. So just something to consider as you're using the battle map. Just you got to use your own discretion with it. Won't let you enter. Yeah, man. I think it's gonna be a challenge using that platform, to be honest. All right, now I'm gonna tell it to look at what happened. Damn, that sucks. You probably would have taken this dump, huh? I have some mixed feelings right now on what's going on. Wondering if we're gonna go take these lows here. Sometimes I feel like having a bias based on news can be harmful. Although in this case, when we had bearish news, it actually went down. But it's tough because if you get kind of attached to your bias, like this is going down, this is going up because war is bearish. Which is, what happened as soon as the war was announced. It's like, oh man, this is gonna dump. Nah, it's not. It's gonna rally first. Um, but yeah, if you get attached to your bias like that, it just makes it really difficult because now you have something, you're attached to something, and the market a lot of times will take advantage of that attachment and get you shaken out pretty quickly. And then as soon as you're ready to flip and like, okay, well, I'm going to go short or I'm going to go long. Um, Usually the market's pretty good at flipping at the right time so that you're not going to be right. Power hour. Man, these days just fly by. We might get some wacky candles in power hour. Yes. A reminder for myself as well. It looks like buyers are kind of going against the grain right now. Making a little progress here. We'll probably be in today, and we'll get an announcement. And Trump says that negotiations are going well. Right here, I would be considering a short from up here. But definitely concerned that this is the low and we could be bouncing from here. But I think a lot of it could hinge on whether or not we get news or not. I don't know if I love it. It's looking like shorts could get bulldozed. We've had a lot of that happening lately. I'm feeling like this could go long. If it touches point of control, you go berserk. Berserk, and you're gonna short it, or you'll go berserk because you're in long. Staying above 25,000. Looks like we're potentially going to squeeze here. I'm going to try long here. Stop under here. Add in here. Copy that. Nice move, man. These instant reversals have been super tricky. Not loving this right here. Could see myself flipping. Let's see how we react in here. I got an ad right there. It might be coming down. We got a little bit of passive selling up here at 25.08. A little bit of support down here at 24.991. All right, final ad there. Looking a little dangerous here for longs. Not getting the response from buyers that I wanted to see. Down in this gap right here. I wanted to see it kind of pick up pretty quickly. I might stop out of the whole thing right here, or the majority at least at 24.973. Kind of look like sellers are just going to keep pushing this down. I'm going to reduce right here. Might flip. I'm not sure yet. I don't know. Right now, like this move up here, first time we've seen anything from buyers, and it looked like we were, potentially bouncing, and it looked pretty strong, but looks like buyers are just nowhere to be found for the time being. Let's see. I think I want it short. This is the next area to be watching for a bounce. I'm going to go break even on this. And if it pops up, takes me out, I can always re-enter potentially up here. Yeah, Iger seems like they're going for lows. Let's see. Could reverse from here. I'll still go break even here. If we start pumping. Not sure. I might just chill for a second. Looks like it could be a pump, but I'm not sure. Looking a little tricky. Might have just been a little fake out. I don't know, guys. Looking a little tricky here. I don't know if I trust much right now. What's up, monster? You're so dead. Well, I don't know. I think you missed some good moves, but that's been a little tricky to read. We've had a couple of new spikes. I'm wondering if, before the day's over, we're gonna have some wacky, this kind of stuff. I don't know. I don't have a ton of trust directionally right now. You guys see anything good? You guys trying to take anything? I think I'm kind of chilling right now. Yeah, it looks like we could come back down. Not a lot of support down here. It's looking like it might be free to dump. Oh damn, monster! I think you guys are gonna love it. Let me know what you think, man. My girlfriend likes it a lot. Did she like the forest and Sons of the Forest? It's kind of like a lighter version. Got some support building at 74. It looks like this could push up. This is kind of a weird move right here. Huh. Support at 78. Support at 74. I'm in long. It's just what I'm seeing on the footprint here. I think after all this bearish move, if we do continue up, it could be a squeeze. Let's see. I felt that way right here too, though. See if we can get back over this point, this value area low. Check DM. Okay. Nice work, man. Now, so are you gonna activate those? And I mean, I guess you are. You're gonna activate them and trade on that platform, huh? Ooh. Hey, what's up, Kobe? What P? This ain't Axiom or Solana. I'm out. Peace out, Kobe. I think we could have some trap sellers here. Would be great if we could break over this high right here. Might get a nice squeeze. Looking a little bullish right now. I added right there. Got to watch out for those nasty liquidity grabs as well. Basically slamming down, taking out this stop, leaving this stop. All right, let's see if we can hold them above 25,000. It's looking bullish. on order flow as well. Got aggressive buyers up here at 25,008. Continuing up here, we got a passive seller just popped in at 25.14. I added right there. Looking at this candle or the next candle could possibly slam down. Maybe come back here and then keep moving. Obviously not preferred. Just we're right at a point where we could start taking off. And a lot of times when that happens, we're right kind of on the cusp of it. We can get that slam down. Might also just have a consolidation in here. I know. Overnight gets all the fun for sure. It's kind of frustrating. Looking like this is coming back down. Get stopped out here. Unfortunately. I'm going to take this off instead. I'll get a buy stop above here. If we break that, I'll get back in and potentially add down here. There's that slam down. Might have one more slam down. Another retracement. Ideally shallow, and then we can take these pretty quickly. Maybe one more push down I might add. I added right there. I might have one more add in me. Looks like it wants to come down further. All right, let's see if we can get some. Monster shorted from 25.08 with TP at 24.992. Oh, you already hit it. Nice, man. Nice scalp. Straight is fully closed. My God, being long and hearing that. That's funny. It's actually not funny. It's not tight for the whole world. Monster. I think it's full port long. If it's not good for the world, we go long. That's how it works. It looks like we got a squeeze inbound. I think we got some trap sellers in here. Playing devil's advocate for shorts. I think that if we're going to go short, why not squeeze everybody out and then go short? If we get a quick candle up like that, I will probably pull profits off at the top, or trying to anticipate it being a top. But essentially, if we get a violent squeeze, I'm going to be hitting the sell button. So I got my finger on the sell button on my keyboard. Hoping that wasn't the extent of it. We got market on close coming up in 5 minutes, less than 5 minutes, 4 minutes. Still looking bullish. Let's see if this does quick pullback and then expansion. Maybe looking for 25.40 for first TP. I think we're going to have a squeeze right here. Let's see. Let's go. Finding a little resistance here. We got support here at 28. It doesn't look like we're going to reverse from here and start coming down just yet, but of course, got to be open to that. Watching this level too. I think if we get an extension here up into this area, be a good area to take profit. 25.50 as well. My initial thought was 25.40. A little more resistance up there. Market on close in 2 minutes and 5 seconds. One more quick squeeze up, and I'll pull profits off around 25.40 or above. It's looking a little bit, I don't know, suspect. I'm going to pull half off right there. I got to stop going underneath the low of this candle right here. Actually, the body. Looks like it's coming for a pullback, and I'd rather take my profit off. I think we could slam down. I don't know if we're done on the upside. I think we still got more room to go. But we might do one of these moves, you know. If we start moving up from here, and we actually don't retrace back into here, it looks very likely that we will. But if we don't, could be an add. If I did, I would add and break even quickly. Or actually add and place the next stop right here. That was the pop I wanted. I'm going to take it all off. I think we could see some more squeezing to the upside, but that was the pop I wanted to see. And if we start coming down, I don't care. Oh, you're all good, Frozzy. I don't think anybody in here minds. Still looking pretty damn strong. So if you guys are in it, you know, just I'll play support right now. Kind of first sign of a battle going on at 25.46 is what I'm seeing. So we got some aggressive sellers up there. Buyers still look to be in control here. I think if we start breaking down below 25.33 with aggressive selling, you might want to watch out. But still looking bullish. Oh, nice. My name. Glad you caught some of that. I think you know, this could be a big surprise move. We got market. Oh, we already had it. That was the jump, the squeeze that we got. So yeah, if we start breaking down below 25.33, that's when I would I mean, it's looking like that could be likely to come back down here for a pullback. But if you're willing to hold through that pullback, cool. But it looks like it probably wants to go for a pullback soon. Might get a squeeze up to view up as well. If you're looking for a good place to take profit, I think up here at VWAP would be a good one. 25.60 potentially. We might pull back before doing that. But if we go for VWAP first, I would definitely take some profit off. Nice. Nice. Looking good for another squeeze here. Let's see. All out on that drop. Didn't like. Well, at least we caught one good one before the day ended. I think we're gonna have a wild after hours, even just after the regular trading session. So I think from 4 to 6 or 4 to 5, I think we could have some volatility. Exactly my name. Exactly. So it that's why it's tough to have a geopolitical stance and when you're day trading, because I think a lot of times you have to swing one way to go the other. Well, I mean, we know that as a fact for liquidity purposes, but when you have that strong of an opinion, when we're all probably thinking this is going to dump at some point. We just don't know when, and we got to read what's in front of us. So yeah, it being bullish off of, the straight being closed doesn't make any sense. I know, man. It's crazy. Like after yesterday, I don't know about you guys, but I was definitely thinking none of this sounds good. Like none of it. None of it sounded good. And we pump 1,000 points. And you better believe I was long in this shit. But it doesn't make any sense. It doesn't have to make sense, really. We just have to, we got to trade what's in front of us and manage our risk, and that's it. But just to take a look at a higher time frame. Gosh. I don't know. I'm kind of keying into these areas as well. As potential reversal points. But I don't know. Just like you guys, I am waiting for the opportunity to short the hell out of this. But it's not time. So we were talking about it earlier about, this. Let me get these stupid ass colors off. Hang on one sec. We were talking earlier about, all the resting liquidity we have, the internal liquidity we got from that overnight move. And my response to that was that a lot of times what you'll see is that we won't immediately go for this. It might be, we might have another expansion day and then, or it happens overnight that we start dumping into here. But a lot of times I will get faked out by thinking either A, I'm going to wait down here for a long, or B, I'm going to take this short because we just created all this expansion up here and now it's time to go balance it out. But it usually takes a couple sessions or a few sessions before we actually revisit down here. Exactly, until Trump tweets something. Trump tweets something, we'll be at all-time highs. He's going to say the talks are going good, and we're going to be up here. Anyway, I'm probably going to log off, y'all. I don't know. The day was kind of for me. I had a good overnight session, and we might anticipate another good overnight session. But look at this. We kind of didn't do a ton compared to last night during the day. We might have the same thing. Consolidate during the day, expansion at night, unfortunately. Yeah, monster already, man. And coming after hours, Trump and NATO chief news conference. Are we pumping right now? Further? I just want to check this out. Sure are. Yeah, squeezed up to VWAP. Now we're taking it. Wow. What a move here. 960. Yeah, 150 points. Look at that squeeze right there. Yeah, everybody's trying to short the shit out of it and getting bulldozed right now. Leo, see you next time, man. You bet. Asia? New York AM? What do you mean, monster? Yeah. So hell of a squeeze here. 25-100. Looking likely. But in any case, I'm gonna peace out, guys. Like I said, kind of a lackluster session for me, unfortunately. But hopefully we can catch some moves overnight. And then tomorrow, we still got 2 days left out of the week to make it happen. So let's do it. Exactly, monster. Nothing's happened. Well, I wouldn't say that about this session. It just wasn't great for me. I was trying to long it in here and short it over here. I did end up, where did I catch it long? Did I catch it long in here? I caught like one good move, two good moves today, and then pretty low win rate. But in any case, guys, I'm gonna head out. I'll see you guys tomorrow. If I'm trading Asia session, I might, hit you guys up. But other than that, hope you guys have a great afternoon and a great evening, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Peace out.